Hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is Pollo. We're about to start the CTWC Mexico qualifiers. We're slightly behind due to some technical difficulties, but we're starting our first batch of qualifiers in about 2 minutes. We have Naui. It's the former current Mexican champion right there.
He finally pulled him out to get one of those games.
We're just sorting our final details out for our players to start qualifying. Hello, Sempro on the chat. And Noe, yeah, nice observation there from Ninja. Noe is the Waku Waku Tetris winner in Japan, which was a surprise, I think. A couple of really strong players were there. It was Korean, SQR, there was Green Tea as well. SQR, I think, full roller now, and this Mexican person came and snatched the title from an actual Japanese person, so. Hola, Enrique. I may be first, but I haven't watched this in a while. Well, you're tuning into a very special tournament. This is the CTWC Mexico 2025 regional qualifier. We're just starting things out. So no. We're about to start our qualifiers. I asked the players to go to get ready to start their games. So we're ready. We're gonna start. I'm gonna take the timer. We're waiting for our final player to get ready. There are 4 stations, by the way, qualifying right now. So we're gonna start. I'm gonna give the countdown. We're just starting out things for our new players who might not be as cute in the qualifying format. Which I remind you, the qualifying format is number of max outs and average. Jorge, que sea desde cero para que empecemos todos al mismo tiempo. Sí, countdown. I'm gonna do the countdown. Cuando diga 10, vamos hasta 1 y empezamos, okay? So we're waiting ready for the countdown done by me. A very serious countdown. Y empezamos. This is gonna be in Spanish because we're in Mexico. Empezamos en 3, 2, dije desde 10, así que 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 y Tetris. We start our first batch of qualifiers. We actually have 4 players qualifying right now. We have Naui, who you can see is on your left side of the screen. He's the reigning Mexican champion. And we have Monou. Is that how you say it? I believe. He's our first time ever participant in a Mexican or any tournament for that matter, which is really nice to see. Always like seeing new people around. Off stream, we have our international abroad player, who I'm looking at right now, but you're not looking at, AV Geek, which is currently dancing. And right beside her, we have a Pollo Chido Man, which is the second Mexican pollo. That's a a really big coincidence. Two people being called chicken in the Mexican community. Also a brand new player, which I think has the potential to qualify for tomorrow's tournament. So that's going to be interesting to see. A brand new player making its debut in its first regional live tournament for Mexico City. Monochromy plays Tetris Effect Connected, I think. Pollo Chidoman also plays Tetrio. Yeah, I'm familiar with Pollo Chidoman. For those who don't know, this is Pollo, your host, today's host for the tournament. Today's and tomorrow's host for the tournament. And Pollo Chidoman is a notable member in the guideline community. Plays Tetrio really well. I think he's one of the top-rated players in Tetrio within the country. Monochromy has experience with Tetris Effect Connected. I think this is the first time that he's playing on CRT, which we're gonna corroborate a little bit, which is really different. You can see it's throwing some people off. I'm not sure if Pollo Chidoman also plays on CRT, which timings are slightly different. I might remind everyone that this is number of max outs, and then the kicker, which means for those brand new people that are watching us, there are a couple of players here that are capable of achieving over 1 million score points, and we're gonna count the number of max outs that these players have, and then we're gonna. If there's a tie between max outs, let's say 5 max outs for Oscar Naui AV, then we're gonna decide it on the highest non-max out score. So if now we got a 900k, then Oscar got an 800k, and then AB got a 1.1, then AB would be your highest rated seed. But you cannot submit. That's a nice observation there. You cannot submit a 1.1 as kicker because that would be a max out. Well, you can submit a 99998. That would be a kicker. So that would be the highest rated kicker. You have to forgive me there. We're doing some technical shenanigans while we're simul streaming. And this is not the finals. This is the qualifying rounds. My really helpful friend Jorge White, which also is the main organizer, is helping me out with all of the technical stuff. Pollo is not as proficient on it as well. So we're seeing Monochromy 69,000, another top out, starting on level 16, which is an interesting level selection for those that are aware of that. He's waiting for the rocket screen to go out as well. We're playing on the original good stuff. Original NESs, original anything or everything, original TVs. Now it's at 353,000 with 117 lines. Not the biggest pace right now. Misdropping a little bit. He's probably thinking, "Man, I'm gonna miss the Barcelona game. I just want to get this over with." So now it transitions with 390,000. This is going to require either really strong consistency or really strong post-transition from Naui. Naui taking a deep breath. I'm going to quote my pal Bandy on that. If you're going, I don't know how many miles, you're going to go way faster now that you're on transition. You can see just the amount the change watching at Naui's game. The second fastest ever, the second fastest speed on an original cartridge versus level 15, which is the third, I believe, if I'm doing math correct. That's for Naui, 456,000 for Naui. I think this is Naui's first game. We're 6 minutes into the qualifier. Pollo Chido Man singing along. I wish you could see Pollo Chido Man vibing really hard. So now we're getting a little high. Doesn't matter for those unaware. Let's see if we can get a little bit of the rolling. I mean, I think every single member of the community now is aware of rolling, what it is, what it does, what it doesn't do. And what rolling doesn't do is go slow. Rolling goes pretty fast. Our top players, every single top player nowadays uses roll. Very few people use tap, and even then, it's a really lopsided match if you try to put a roller against a tapper. Now we're rolling there. You can see it on the motion. We got a pretty good angle there on that camera. You can see he taps a lot of the pieces. He taps a lot of the pieces and then rolls when you have to roll a lot of places. Puts the back, pushes the controller into his hand with the back. That glove you can see. I mean, I think most of us are initiated in the world of rolling. But for those that are unaware, I saw one member of the community typing out that it's been a while since he didn't caught all the action in Classic Tetris. You're here in a good time. So our two qualifiers right now are our four qualifiers right now. We have 4 stations running. We're gonna be seeing these two for the moment. It's Naui, Monou, then we have Pollo Chido Man, and then AV Geek, our international player, hailing from the country of Texas. There we go. Now we transitions into 29. Pretty efficient game so far, I believe, as he transitioned with a 300,000. You have to remember. So this is pretty remarkable for Naui. Now it's gonna be left into the 29 portion of the game, closing in onto the max out. Max out for AV Geek now, the first one of the qualifier. And now he tops out at 992, so we have a kicker there. We're gonna get AB's game registered. So Jorge White is taking care of the registration of the scores. We're gonna input that into a spreadsheet, which we will show you shortly. And then we're gonna see the ranking. Also, this is the top 12 qualifiers for the day. We also have Oscar Godinez, also a really heavy hitter player in the community. Gold bracket competitor 4 times in a row, 2022, 2023, 2024, and I think I missed the 2021 qualifier, in which he also made it into the gold bracket. Monou deciding to go once more for the 16 start. Now we have a kicker for Naui. So now let's use that example for those tuning in into the qualifier stages. AB got a max out on one of our side stations. That's gonna put her into the first seat for the moment being. Now with that 998 is going to go into the second seed of the day so far. Today's going to be qualifiers. Nice adjustment there from Monochromy. You can see that the prowess that he has. Try to adjust there for the long bar. Now waiting for it to score that Tetris. Nice square though there for Monochromy. There's a long bar. 84,000 for Monochromy. 232,000 for Naui. So we're 11 minutes into our qualifiers. Another top out there for Monochromy. Now we win with a much better pace now. 300,000 now on the... I can see pretty clearly the 59 lines. On the 50 line mark. 59. This is a pretty good pace actually for Naui. Anula Mufa, says Naui. Which is no bad luck for me this time. We could say that. How could we translate the Latin American terminology? So basically now outscoring his past game's transition. It was a pretty fairly post-transition game into 19, making up for that 300,000 transition. So if you do math, that's almost or that's near 700k post. Pretty good efficiency for Naui. Also has been playing really good 29. I was watching some of his games on the side stations warming up. Another top out there for Monochromy, going back and forth on 16 and 15 starts, which 16 starts are 18 speeds for those that are into the game mechanics, how the game works. 15 speed is slower than 16, and 16 is the same. Nice T-spin there. Really hard to hit those when you are probably more accustomed into an LED. Someone mentioned that he had previous experience playing Tetris Effect Connected, which if you haven't checked out, highly recommend that. And that's gonna be played on LED on something more modern. Now getting used to the old hardware is gonna be rough. Did you max with DAS?
Yeah.
And AV maxed with DAS. But AV maxed with DAS. Apparently hadn't maxed with DAS in 2 weeks and just did in the first game.
Yeah, I can't really roll in these trees. The arms are too high.
So AV was also present in the Jonas Cup. Amazing showing there. Runner-up in the most recent? March. In March, DAS Masters. It's nice to have the players right by my side so I can ask the information right to them instead of like trying to look it up while I commentate. So now what 650 pace for AV off screen. Just have to place it in your imagination. She's doing pretty good. And someone who's also doing pretty good is Naui. Lost a little bit of pace on that later portion of 18, but this is still pretty good pace. Next 3 lines, triple, or Tetris is going to transition. Him is going to transition with a triple. As the long bar is not showing up. This is a really big drought. Fairly experienced there from Naui to take the triple instead of waiting for a Tetris and potentially topping out. That was the long bar. Naui was eagerly waiting for. Now 6-2-2 for Naui into the transition level 20. So 24 Tetrises. If this were a competitive match, now it would be 24 Tetrises ahead of his competitor Monochromy. Miss rotation there from Naui. Nice burns, efficient burns. That hole is gonna be problematic. It's right in the middle of the hole, and it's jagged. So getting down to it is gonna be rough. Nice sequence of solves Nice adjustment for the Lombard. Tetris there for Naui in the middle. 688 for Naui. This is more than maxed out pace for him. And now Tetris there for Naui, 700,000. Now this is the nice thing about qualifiers. This is pretty different from the tournament play. What are you gonna choose to do? Are you gonna choose to back off a little bit from the pace now that you're really far ahead on max out pace? Are you gonna try to max as early as possible so you can squeeze as many games as possible? There's gonna be a 1 hour qualifier, so efficiency is required. I was talking with AB that we had 16 max outs in CTWC. So in theory, you could get 9 max outs within an hour, going basically perfect, and also doing 19 starts. That's probably not going to happen right now, but I could see some 5, 6 max outs going on. Oscar coming up in a few moments. I'm not sure if he's going to pick the next lot of qualifiers. He is known in the Latin American community as the clutch up master. He always brings it up when it's CTWC time, when it's qualifiers time. He always clutches up. He always locks in, as it's commonly said nowadays. And this is a really good game for Monochromy. It's 200,000. I believe this is his highest score so far. There we go. Now we're nearing the transition, 29. Preferably getting this done. That Tetris is almost going to do it. That's not quite enough, but preferably getting it done before 29. Monochromy giving that this game sucks smile. And another max out there for Naui. The first max out for Naui. We have a max out on a 998. No, ¿lo estás anotando? Ah, está anotado. No te preocupes. Jorge already inputting the scores, and now we're gonna. I think we can take a look at it now. So these are our 2 players qualifying. We're gonna try to get this down a little bit, so you can see the Monochromy's beautiful face. This is the scores. I'm sorry. We're multitasking here, folks. There we go. So now that we're here, also, I just gazed upon that. There's a matcherino going on for the event. The winner is gonna get 50% of the prize pool. So if we get $1, he's gonna get 50 cents. If we get $1,000, he's gonna get 500. So first place is gonna get 50%. Then second place is gonna get 30%, and then third place is gonna get 20% of the total prize pool. So who funds the prize pool? You do. The beautiful people watching the tournament fund the prize pool. Go into the chat and type. How do you say the thing that's going down? The command. Huh? Oh, exclamation mark. I'm sorry. We're OG Mexicans. Exclamation mark Matcherino. So you type exclamation mark Matcherino. There we go. Thank you, Vince Squirrelly. And maybe support these players to fund their trip to CTWC, to the main event, which, by the way, main event Pasadena. A beautiful place, beautiful venue, beautiful organization. And another max out there for AV Geek. No, another. Okay.
Kicker.
A kicker. We have a kicker for AV Geek. And where we are, where's this taking place, you may ask? Well, Mexico City, of course, capital of this beautiful country, land of great food, great beverages, great places to visit, great beaches, great everything. Mexico City. There we go. You can see AB's kicker is going to be shown in real time in a little bit in that qualifying table that you're seeing right on Monochromy's side of of the screen. Oops. So we're at the Monou Gaming Center, Mexico City, in a beautiful neighborhood called La Condesa. This is a really nice spot to have the tournament being run at. There's a lot of places here, so if you want to drop by, if you're maybe seeing this Mexico City nearby and you say, I don't know if I should go. Beautiful places here to eat, beautiful people to hang out after. We have our qualifiers, and we're going to do a couple of more rounds here of qualifiers, more rounds. It's going to go up until a little bit late in the evening. There we go. We see now AV's kicker being updated into the spreadsheet. 874. So now you can see the kicker portion of the qualifier being taken into consideration. Now we have a max out, a 992 kicker. Evie also has a max out, but she has an 874 kicker, so that's gonna put Noe on first seed so far. And this is also a really nice game for Noe. Usually you would like to see 400 to 500,000 at the 100 line mark. Now Noe is cracking that 400,000 before the 100 line mark. So this is a pretty nice space to consider if you're going to try to max out. Really different dynamics here being taken into consideration for qualifiers. You're gonna favor consistency over really high scores. Although getting a really high score would also mean that you'd max earlier. You're probably gonna have a couple more games within your hour span of the qualifier. So this is a nice chicken and mouse game. What are you going to do? Are you going to go efficient? Are you going to go aggressive and try to squeeze in as much games as you can? Are you going to get an in-between in there? Monochrome digging very high. You really need great precision to hit those skill stops. You can see he's dashing. Vastly different playstyle. Dashing is just holding the controller the old-fashioned way. So we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube also. If you don't like Twitch, if you're not Twitch's colors, you don't like Twitch's layout, go to YouTube, there's no excuse. Now with transitions, by the way, at almost a 600,000 transition. Once more, pretty good transition pace. Now it was recently at a qualifier with the same qualifying method was used, number of max outs and a kicker. Now we got 5 maxes within an hour. So let's see if 6 max outs within an hour qualify correct in there now. My friend, my least cracked friend there. So now we're getting there 672,000 there for now. We're nearing the 29 transition. Getting some work done on that left side of the board. A couple of holes are gonna be slowing down Noe a little bit. Still in good pace though, 681,000 for him. That's the cleared hole now. And there we go, touch for now. We 713,000. Nearing the 29. Well, he's in 23. Not quite there yet. Can slow down a little bit, but let's see what he chooses to do. He's gonna try to max as early as possible. So you can see that's why the players max out and then immediately top out. They are not needed to qualify. They are not needed to go further than that, no other than 1 million points in their games. That's gonna be reserved for tomorrow's tournament, which is gonna be where people face off in the tournament play. It's gonna be top 12. And there we go. Now Now with an 800,000 at level 25, this is really comfortable there for looking for that max out. And this is gonna be a 1.1 pace, over a 1.1 pace, not quite 1.2, if I'm doing the math correctly. But you can see now they're taking a couple of burns. You don't have to go all out in. Monochromy topping out, waiting for the rocket screen to go away. You can see now they're taking the burns. You don't have to go super aggressive and pray for the pieces to come. You have more than enough pace. 2 Tetrises more will do it. For Naui, on to 27. No Tetris. Actually, two triples might do it. But now he's probably gonna go for the Tetris. It's getting to the point where you want to probably do it, and there we go. Another max out there for Naui, topping out immediately. And now we start his second game. Tetris there for Monochromy. Now we're going for the third max out there. This was a back-to-back max out. It was almost a back-to-back max out, but no, son 27 minutos desde que empezamos. 27:30. 27:40. Exactitos. So we're 27 minutes and 45 seconds to be exact into the qualifiers. Still slightly over a half an hour to go. So we have a couple of spectators here, just watching the tournament, watching the players, distracting Naui. That's good. I want Naui to be distracted, so we face earlier in the earlier rounds. For those that don't speak Spanish, now we're just saying that he's worse than Pollo, and he's afraid to play him, so that's totally what he said. Said that he's pretty used to playing, being distracted. Playing in a family environment usually gets you accustomed to that sort of thing. Of course we're going to do the stream in English. Most of our audience is based in the US. Monochromy smiling a little, thinking to himself, this is a good dig. I might get out of this. Sets up an unintentional T-spin, and it's going to top out 104 for Monochromy. 213 for Naui, 46 lines. And let's see how our off-stream players are doing. I'm going to take a quick look, and I'm going to update you on that. Yeah, so we have a pretty good pace for AV. I'm not gonna bother her. Just pretty good pace. I'm gonna tell you after the game is ended. And then we have Pollo Chido Man doing 9 starts. So pretty good pace for AV. Once I pick that, it's gonna be interesting. To see how far she can get with that pace. It's gonna get close actually, between Naui and AV. Although Naui's technically one game in the future. I believe AV has topped out at least one game before Naui did. So now they are Naui's ahead on the game. Okay, so AV maxed out. That was a spoiler I was trying to avoid. AV maxed out into 26, choked the 1.2. So we have a second max out there for AV with DAS, I may remind you. She usually rolls in the later portions of the game, but now she's dashing. Had been a while since she hadn't dashed, for what she's telling me. So another max out there for AV. For those wondering, that was a 1.1, and it was close to a 1.2 with dash. So that's why it's so remarkable. Oh, we had a $20 contribution. Actually, I didn't see that. I didn't quite catch that. Let me see who was it from. We have multiple things running here. I didn't quite catch that. I see a really small number in the monitor that I'm using here. So we had a $20 contribution from Ben Squirrely. Thank you very much. That's gonna help immensely our players who I may remind you are gonna go to Classic Tetris World Championship being held in Pasadena in June, the latter part of June. The prize pool is gonna go straight to them, straight to the top three. How is the third place gonna be decided? The third place is gonna be decided within the semifinals. We're not gonna have a third place match. The sum of the top three scores played when you lost that game are gonna be tallied, and then we're gonna decide the third place that way between the two semifinals that are gonna be played in tomorrow's tournament. I may remind people that this is the qualifying rounds. Now it transitions with 580,000, by the way. Pace alert. And now it's gonna Anula Mufa. So pace alert. And this could be a back 3 back for Naui. Almost a back 4 back. Having a pretty good day. Also didn't play yesterday, so the strats are probably gonna be resting your brain, your hands a day before. So 683 there for Naui into 2021. Monochromy 81,000 doing a 16 start once more. $700,000 there for Naui. You can see the big difference in the speed for rollers now versus the DAS player. Can go way more aggressive, where you play way higher, play much more elevated there. 34 minutes have passed since the qualifier starts, so we're having about 25-26 minutes in ish left to go for our first batch of qualifiers to be done. I think our next heavy hitter within the qualifying route is going to be Oscar, which is not here, I think. Probably went to eat tacos or something, I don't know. And let's see if our main organizer, Jorge, is going to qualify next. If he can have a breather of the stress of plugging in 4 setups and capture cards and cameras and lighting and everything. So small hole there for Naui, but pretty good score as well for Naui. It's gonna need a piece that on that left side. Nice flat burn there with that J piece. 924,000, so pretty close to max out base. Pretty close to the max out now. It's probably gonna go 30 there. Has the ability to go 30 there. Just needs the long bar, which is not showing up. Board's getting slightly high. Now slightly dependent. There's the long bar, but you don't need it. And now working that. Now this is getting slightly closer. Still comfortably maxing out before 29. And we saw in the first game that now it has 29 capability, so it doesn't matter that much. Banking in on that long bar for the last Tetris. A triple would do it. He just needs the million points there. There we go, max out. Another max out for Naui. A19. See. Third max for Naui. Back 3 back there for Naui. So let's remind our viewers that Naui is our reigning Mexican champion. So he's our latest crowned Mexican champion there. Later in the day we're gonna have Oscar Godinez qualifying, who is the Latin American champion. Now he was the Mexican champion in the same year and actually in the same week that Oscar was the Latin American champion, and it was actually played within the same 24 hours. So Oscar played Naui in the Mexican championships in the finals. Now we beat Oscar in a really exciting decider, and then now we played Oscar once again within like 24 hours. And at that time around, Oscar was the victorious one. So that tells you these two are really close by in skill level. They both been to the gold bracket. Actually, that time around, now we got top 16, which was one. At the time, it was the best ever Latin American performance at a World Championship ever. So, yeah, we have two pretty heavy hitters. AV, who's also qualifying right now. Third place, seventh place, silver bracket last year. Really good DAS player. We have a couple of more people lining up for the qualifying rounds. So we have Naui seat number 1, AV seat number 2. my appropriately named friend Pollo Chido Man, third seat. Monochromy is currently sitting at fourth seat. Pretty close by on all fronts. I would say. I was gonna say that it was pretty close between Pollo Chido and Monochromy, but pretty close by also with AB and Naui. AB locked in now. Pulled the headphones in now. Fully concentrated on that. 38 minutes have passed since the qualifier started. So there's 22 minutes left on the clock. 22 minutes. That would be about 3 more max outs if you go pretty efficient and you start your last game before the hour runs by. So still the possibility for Naui to 6 max once more in a qualifier. Now, for those who don't know, Naui usually doesn't like to go for those who are not as familiar with Naui as a couple of other players that we've seen around. He usually doesn't play CTM. Usually doesn't play those sort of tournaments. Usually doesn't go for as I was saying, usually doesn't go for CTM tournaments, doesn't go for Tetris Wars and whatnot. He likes to play mostly on live events, and he especially likes to play on CTWC related events. Back in 2022, it was really interesting to see people's reaction when what was then a random Mexican just showed up and did really well. A lot of people were approaching me at the time, as most of the communities is more comfortable with me at the time, now that they didn't know Naui. Who's this guy? Where did he come from? Why is he so good? And it's because he doesn't really play online tournaments. He's gonna go. He's planning at least going into CTWC 2025 after a 2-year hiatus from 2024, 2023. Gonna go back to Pasadena. So don't forget to support these people. These players are going to be going into the Classic Tetris World Championships later in June. That's going to help them quite a lot to reach their goal, to get there, to get the lodging, the food, the proper sleep schedule. You don't want to be there like at 12 a.m. and reach your hotel at 1 a.m. You want to do good. Really exciting player list, by the way. I don't think it's a spoiler if I say that a couple of fan favorites are returning to Pasadena. Yeah. A special Japanese person that a lot of people here might be familiar with. I'm going to leave you in suspense right there. I'm not going to say who it is, but transition there from Naui, 600,000. After a Tetris, it was a high 500,000 transition. Nice adjustment there for Naui. Another Tetris, 629 for Naui. Now level 21 for Naui. 660,000. No push down points. Really hard to push down while you're rolling. Naui versus Green Team match. Rematch, says Kingsman. I think Kingsman just went ahead and spoiled who's gonna be there present at CTWC. Now we play the Japanese championships. That Mexican right there that you're seeing play is the Japanese champion somehow. So he went there to Japan and beat the Green Tea. So Kingsman asking for a nice. Kingsman loves the matches with the story, the rematches, the revenges, the whatnot. So Green Tea's gonna have a warm up with Corian and Sharky. I'm gonna have to bet that's gonna be on friendlies. And Ninja saying that he discovered Naui first in SoCal. I think SoCal was, it was before the CTWC because it was a qualifying event. I first discovered Naui actually way before that. I discovered Naui in the 2021 Mexican Championships. He qualified with DAS at the time. Can you believe it? He was DASing that time around, and he did pretty good for being a new player. He actually played against me. That was the last time I officially beat Naui, and probably the last time ever that I'm gonna do it. But I'm gonna be qualifying later on today. By the way, my name is Pollo. I'm the CTWC Mexico organizer. I've been to multiple CTWC events. I'm the commentator in Spanish for the finals as well, and top 16 actually, top 8, top 16 depends a lot on the year and the schedule. And we're live in Mexico City for the first ever Mexican live championships. 963 for Naui. Another max out or a triple or a couple of lines are going to be enough. It's going to be a back for Naui. It's going to go for a Tetris. Tetris for Naui and instantly topping out. We have 15 minutes left in the clock. So that's going to be 2 max outs more. Now we could be seeing at a back 6 back if he goes for that. And that would be our top qualifier to beat. Really tough. That's probably going to be close to Oscar's skill level. So I'm going to say that in Spanish for everyone to hear me. 15 minutos. 15 minutos. And I think we have ready another person who's going to qualify. ¿Vas a clasificar después o...? So check out the Matcherino once more. I'm going to have to mention that as Kingsman nicely typed in the exclamation mark Matcherino command. It's going to take you right into the Matcherino that we created for the tournament. Top players are going to get a chunk of that prize pool. Check out also Best of 5. It's a pretty good documentary detailing the early stages of the tournament we dearly love, CTWC. That time that it was a really special year. I'm not gonna spoil that for those who haven't watched it yet. You can watch it on YouTube actually. You can go and support our friend Chris Higgins, the docu series and the link that is displayed on the bot command that Kingsman just said. Just really nicely typed in, so you can go and check it out. Now we're doing 19 starts, by the way, for those who missed it. It's gonna go for 19 starts. It's gonna be interesting, trying to squeeze as many games as possible there, trying to max out as possible. It is possible for him to get a back-to-back starting 19. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be close, but it is possible, and he knows it. That's why he's trying to go for that 19 starts. It's just a preview of what you could expect from Naui at CTWC. I may remind our viewers that last year's minimum max outs required was 4. You needed 4 max outs to get in, and you needed a high kicker. And actually, a player named Bland got 4 max outs, but the kicker was not quite there, so it wasn't enough. And now we have another max out there for AB, playing in one of our side stations, our offline side stations. Max out in 28. She's still going for a couple more points. So third max out there for AB with Das, I may remind our viewers. Really nice games there going for AB. Now we 400,000 at 100 lines, but you don't transition at 130 lines like you usually do on 18. When you go on a 19 start, you transition at 140 lines, so you have more score potential on 19, and game goes by way faster. That's why you have more attempts. You can score more, and you can score it more frequently. That's why a lot of people try to go for 19 starts when you go for qualifiers. You have to be really good with your tap or with your DAS. So as I was saying, you needed 4 max outs last Classic Tetris World Championships to get in. You needed 4 max outs last World Championships to get in, but it was that was a 2-hour qualifier. So getting more than 4 within anything in an hour is going to be a good prediction of what you can do on a 2-hour game. It's pretty rough. Nerves take a big factor. It's a really busy place, and especially when you travel abroad. I can say from experience, from self-experience, that if you travel from abroad, you feel a huge sense of nerves. That you did that long trip for a reason, and that you have to do as good as you can. That's what I was trying to say, as good as you can. So a lot of people definitely feel that. So getting 4 max outs in a 2-hour span is not an easy task to do. I think that's the Monochromis' best score so far within the qualifier. And we're gonna reach the 10 minutes to go mark in a little bit there. 10 minutes to go now for these players. Actually, he's on the verge of this being a possibility. Actually, will we see 7 max outs within an hour? It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be close. We saw Fractal topping out. And he actually could have gotten another game back in 2024 if the rocket screen hadn't stopped him from getting another game in. Yeah, he is. He likes the color palette. Yeah, but he likes the color palette. We have a AV and Pollo Chido Man qualifying on side stations. I believe Pollo Chido Man is doing 9 starts. a really good player in the Trio community. Maybe our only international, no, our player from abroad, hailing from the U.S., United States of America. No, he actually is qualifying on level 16. That's an actual thing he's doing. Yeah, so it's not a sharpener thing. It is the level. So now we're nearing into the back 5 back max out. So just for reference, now he has 4 max outs and a 9.92 kicker. That would have been enough to qualify into the main event last year, but that was in a 2-hour qualifier. Now we have an hour qualifier. Let's see. You can speculate on how much Noe could do within a 2-hour qualifier. This could be done right now if the pieces come for Noe. So a couple of misdrops there for Noe. Still can be done. No, now we're getting really close to the transition. Oh no, that's gonna be a 993 top out for Noe. 8 minutes left. 8 minutos. 8 minutes left. Si era kicker. Ah, bueno. Okay. So, 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go for the first round of qualifiers to be done with. Sí, pero este vino a hablar más a ver. So our next player who's gonna be qualifying, his name Dramond is also making the debut on anything, qualifying or comp or anything. So that's gonna be interesting. So you can see the scores right there for Enrique, who's asking about how Pollo Chido Man and AB are doing. Pollo Chido Man is sitting at 269,000 there for him. AB sitting at 3 maxes and the 874 kicker. Weirdly enough, now we didn't choose to submit that kicker. Doesn't think that basically a 1,000 point difference is gonna be enough. You don't know. I've never seen that happen before, though. That would be really interesting to see. The Monochrome is switching between 15 starts, 16 starts. You need perfect dash load there. It's going to be rough with these players to get used to the no latency on the inputs while you play on a CRT, one of those chunky old big TVs that your grandma used to use. Well, those are the ones that we're using right now. We're using the original things, the original controllers, the original hardware, the original everything. So Monochrome is used to playing on LED, one of those newer consoles of monitors. So we're used to seeing those, used to playing on those. Now you have to get yourself comfortable with no latency. Original is always better when you play, when you qualify, especially. There is no qualifier out there that uses the old LED, the new ones. I'm sorry. So we're almost done with the first round of qualifiers. We're 55 minutes into the qualifier. So yeah. would need to be an extremely efficient max out there for Naui to be able to squeeze in another game and potentially push down. Potentially push down. So you'd be able to squeeze in another game. So this is the last game for most players, I'd say. Making a long bar dependency there for Naui. Fills it in now. Tetris down the middle, just like Quaid does. I don't know if Quaid is going to be there, by the way, on the CTWC, but now that Kingsman spoiled the fun for everyone, we're going to have green tea back in CTWC from Japan. It had been a while since we didn't see Japanese representatives in the Classic Tetris World Championships. So green tea is going to be there. Now we most probably is going to be there. We don't know yet. I think he really intends on going. Oscar is going to be there. So 3 minutes to go. 3 minutos para terminar the first batch of qualifiers. Gonna be, I think it is now not possible for Naui to get a second max up, but this is the last game. This is the one where you wanna go for it. Unless Naui gets like 50 long bars in a row. That's gonna be, which I think it's not impossible. I think in terms of the programming of the game, that is not an impossibility. So I don't know. Are we gonna see history being made here? 29, 30, 31, 32. Now we're remarking really nicely a 35-piece route there for Naui. We survived expertly there by one of our top 4 players. Ooh, missed rotation there for Naui. But he resetted the game. Todavía estás bien, 2 minutos. No, there's no timer on the screen. We're gonna add that in our second batch of qualifiers. It was kind of hectic here, getting the stream running and stations working and cameras working and people ready. Sí, claro. So 15 seconds to a minute left. So in 15 segundos, un minuto. We're gonna be running into our last minute. Un minuto. Pueden empezar un último juego y lo pueden terminar. ¿Ok? No tienen que terminar en un minuto, pero empiecen su último juego en un minuto. So, if you know Spanish, you know what I just said. That you can start your last game within the qualifying time frame. So you don't have to finish within the hour time frame, and you can see Monochromy there starting probably the last game. Now we're starting the last game. 30 segundos. Otra vez pueden terminar pero empiecen antes de que acabe la hora. So 15 seconds to go. 48. 10 seconds now. We're gonna add the qualifying timer on our second batch of qualifiers. In 3, 2, and it is done. An hour has passed already. This is the last game for our players, and Monochromy fighting for survival. They're probably their nerves. You can hear him gasping from if you were at the live venue. But this is doable. This is still diggable. And AB's finished with her qualifier, sitting at 3 max outs and an 874 kicker. Really nice qualifier there with Das. And Monochromy actually digged out of that one. Really nice. survival. 39, 40, 41, 42, 43 piece route there for Naui. 46, 47, 40, a 50 piece route there for Naui. 50 pieces without a long bar. That's the beauty of classic Tetris, I guess. 50 pieces. Getting high now. This is the last game you have to remember, but nice pieces. Nice stick there for now. This is a high pressure environment. Last game, you don't have a second chance with this one. Nice dig there for now. Keeping the game alive, and Tetris there for now. Finally, after a 50-piece drought. Nada más checa si Monochromy tiene un mejor score. Really good game, really good take there for Naui. And we're going to see another drought coming in. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That was almost a 30-piece drought there for Naui again. The game asking for a really, really good efficiency from Naui. You want to max out, you want to last max out, you have to fight for it. So not a really good start there for Naui, but I've heard a lot of people say that if you're droughted within the 18 portion, you're gonna get a lot of long bars in the 19 portion. Let's see. Hopefully that's true. That's the case. There are two nicely timed long bars there for Naui, so that could be a possibility now that the tides are changing there. So the scoreboard is on the right. Here we go. I'm going to try to expand it for you now that Monochromy is not playing anymore. I'm going to expand there so you can take a better look at it. This is our qualifiers so far. Now with 4 maxes so far. 992 kicker. So really nice score there for Naui. Nice score line there. 100 lines, and 358,000. Probably not the best score, but those that are just tuning in, Naui transitioned his first game of the qualifier with the 350-ish, 370-ish transition into 19, and still was a double away of a max out into 29. No, he was I believe a Tetris away. Still nice, insane efficiency, almost 700,000 post transition. For those that are familiar with how this game works, is really nice efficiency on post transition. And this is the last game from our reigning Mexican champion. You can see there Pollo Chido Man, who finished his qualifier with a 224, 224,850 sitting. Oh, that was Monochromy. 269,000 for Pollo Chido Man. You can see there, just gazing at Naui's board. Dirty Tetris there for Naui, centered well. Transitions 485,000 for Naui. Last transition of the qualifier with a 4 max outs on the record so far. Will he get the last one? Will he get the 5 max out qualifier within an hour? That's pretty good. That's a pretty good indication that you're pretty good at this game, I'd say. Oh, hangs the long bar there. Now we need to know. Lomba gets the long bar. Tetris for Naui. That was a really good scare. That could have been game ending if the long bar decided to not come in the proper place, the correct time. I think the nerves are getting slightly to him. It's gonna slow him down a little bit. It's not fatal yet, and this is a big drought as well. It was a big drought. So a lot of pieces without the long bar. This is we're going into 2023 long bar drought there for Naui. This has been a really rough sequence of pieces there. RNG has not been kind to Naui, And now 550 for now. You'd probably like to be a little higher. You can see the Tetris rate at 48%. You'd probably like to see it a little higher. Shout out to James Chen. You'd probably like to see the Tetris rate be a little higher. At this point in the game, you need 60% if you want to max out before 29. Now this is a rough sequence there for Noe. Needs the long bar to save his stack. Oh, this is getting rough for Noe. High elevated dig. This is definitely gonna need 29 now that the game is not going as he intended. Really tense for Noe. You can see the concentration. That square is gonna be a problem there. Nice tuck there. Double rolls now. Getting it done though. Really nice effort there for Noe. That's a really good long bar for the stack. Beautiful placements. I was gonna say beautiful pieces, but these are not beautiful pieces. These are beautiful placements from a top player like Noe. Now this is not a really good. Sets up a T-spin, hits the T-spin. That was crucial to hit. That was crucial T-spin to hit for Noe. He, as I said earlier into the stream, he had been playing really nice 29. Now the pieces need to come. There's a long bar, life-saving long bar Tetris for Noe. And 600,000, this is definitely gonna need 29. Another Tetris there for Noe. Would like the J or an L. Beautiful placements for Noe. Beautiful pieces. Swiping the sweat, the nervousness out. Now this is all left into 29 portion. Will he get the score? Will he get the max out? We couldn't ask for a better ending for the first batch of qualifiers now. And you don't want to leave, you want to stay here to see if this is going to come through. Singling and doubling. Nice way to go. You have to ease on the speed. What a dig from Noe, saying a lot of people in the chat. That was really good. Really hard to pull off when the pressure is on you. Sixth max out. I mean, he's definitely gonna get either of the two top seeds, but let's not forget that Oscar Godin is a really strong player on his own. He's waiting for his qualifying slot. So you need those 6 max outs to try to get that, snatch that pride number 1 seed. 6 max outs is what now he's aiming to get. Really nice kill screen there. Now he's been improving a lot on the 29 portion of the game. Slight misdrop. It's not gonna be a big deal. Oh, that's gonna be rough. That is gonna be rough. Board spiraling out of control. Still diggable though. But I think that's gonna be it. 780 for now. Really good squall. Really good score. Almost a 60,000 chase score into 29. So that's our first round of qualifiers there. We're gonna get everything ready. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna start and we're gonna get ready for our next batch of qualifiers. ¿Perdón? ¿Este qué, perdón? Ah, este. ¿Qué pasó?
Este lo hiciste grande, ¿verdad?
Ah, sí, lo hice grande para esto, nada más. Sí, claro, échalo ahí. Esa es la que dice Puma México, muy grande. Hello, hello, hello. We are gonna almost start our second batch of qualifiers. We're just adding the final touches like the this camera not falling over and the timer, which is very important. Thanks, Winter, for that. Ya casi empezamos. For those that are aware of who are we watching right now with the Puma shirt and the jeans, that's our Latin American champion, Oscar Godinez. Now he's biggest threat in this tournament. We are still to change the names. We're gonna add our timer to the scene. And we had another contribution. Thank you very much to let me. Oh, this camera fell over. I'm gonna fix it in a little bit. Thank you to Kingsman, El Rey de los Restreams. I'm not gonna read the comment that he put in there. $25 direct contribution from Kingsman. Thank you very much, Kingsman. We're setting up our final touches to the tournament. I can see the line is queuing up. There's Noe, there's Pollo Chido Man, AB Geek, Monochrome, Dramondays. I'm gonna get that name correctly in a little bit. And that's the nickname. That's the nickname we used to call Oscar Godinez within the Latin American community. Oscar Godinez, the clutch up master, as I was calling earlier. Oh my God, this camera is just wants to take a look at this nice gaming chair that we have here at Monou Gaming Center in Mexico City. So Jorge is setting up the final touches for our second batch of qualifiers. We should be starting in no time. So you don't want to go anywhere. This camera's falling over again, I swear to you.
Oye, Jorge, ¿vamos a dar estos?
Sí, ¿verdad? Te digo, compadre.
¿Ya diste?
No he dado como estoy aquí en lo del stream. We have a couple of nice CTWC. You missed out. If you didn't come to CTWC Mexico, you're missing on some nice stickers that we did for every single person that qualified for the tournament. I'm gonna show them to you in the Oscar camera. Wait, I'm gonna see if I can catch this one. This one is Mexico City. Mexico City, the country of Mexico, made with nice tetraminos. Look at that, that's sweet. That's my hand, by the way. And we're also giving away CTWC Mexico stickers for every single person that qualifies. So, if you're into stickers, you're missing out. You're missing out.
¿Mande?
Sí.
Voy a agregar un script para el timer del qual. ¿Crees que esté bien? Es un texto, literal. ¿Sí? Es un texto.
We're just running thin on timers. So let's put it as a timer. You can. Oh my God! This This keyboard is so good. We're at a gaming center here in Mexico City, and they borrowed us a lot of things. I think you can even hear the keyboard while I type. Oh my god, this is sweet. Okay, I finished my ranting. I'm gonna go into the timer. Take a look at that in a little bit. So we're finishing our warm-ups. ¿Estamos listos? Ah, ok, sí, pero que no nos tardemos mucho. Hay que ver ahorita. Yes, we know the names are incorrect, Enrique. We are multitasking here. We are getting there. Thank you for the observation, though. So we welcome all fours. Está un poco distinto, ¿no, güey? Dice. Un poco distinto. For those who missed the good joke, he just said, now it looks a little different. So we have Drum Days. Oscar, we're going to have a new batch of qualifiers. Who is that going to be? That's going to be Oscar. You have to roll the R if you want to get into the full Mexican action. Oscar Godinez. We also going to have Drum Days. Dalan qualifying on the secondary station. And Inglov. I don't know. These are brand new players to me. I love to see that. I really love it. I really love it. We're just waiting for our final player to get here. He needed a small break, and we're gonna start our next batch of qualifiers. Okay, so we're gonna start in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna do the countdown.
2 minutos, empezamos. 2 minutos.
2 minutes, so we can start our second batch of qualifiers. Gonna be once again 4 stations qualifying. We have a really big heavy hitter in the Mexican, Latin American community, Oscar Godinez. If you saw Naui, the reigning Mexican champion, we're gonna see Naui, the reigning Latin American champion. You tell me which one is your favorite tournament from out of those two. We are 2 minutes away from our starting for our players. I'm gonna explain the rules, and then we're gonna get back here in no time.
La hora, cuando termine la hora pueden empezar un último juego antes de que acabe la hora. ¿Okay? Entonces, si empiezan un último juego en 59 minutos, lo pueden terminar, no pasa nada. Que empiece antes de la hora. ¿Okay? Okay.
So 1 minute away to start our second batch of qualifiers.
1 minuto. 1 minuto.
Let me reset the scores and we're set to go.
Sí, justamente voy a eso. Entonces, eso es ahorita que te ven y ya, porque para que ya empecemos con todos, ¿va? Listo, para que empiecen todos para seleccionar nivel, porque me ayudas allá. Para que ya todos topien y ya empezamos.
So once everyone has topped out, we're going to start with our second batch of qualifiers. We have a thumbs up from Oscar. This is your camera if you want to say something.
¿Listo? Are we ready? Are we ready? We're ready.
The pressure says.
We're waiting for Jorge.
We're waiting for Jorge.
Are we ready?
No, not yet. Not quite yet. I'm sorry, everyone. We are ready now, so we're going to start to the count of 10 in Spanish, because this is Mexico.
En 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, y Tetris.
We start our second batch of qualifiers now. Sorry, we were sorting some things out regarding our next batch of qualifiers.
Oscar has started the first game, Drum Days,
Early top out on level 18. So
once again, I think we're seeing something related to our efficiency of getting used to a lagless play. Most people here, a lot of people came here playing on LED screens, on a wide variety of monitors, on laptop emulators and whatnot. This is the beauty of the game. You can find it anywhere. You've seen it everywhere. And you can see on Drum Days low right side of the camera, we have the current qualifying scores and the people who are currently qualifying right now. Let me see if I can highlight that for you in the spreadsheet. ¿Sabes qué estaría muy bien? Si puedes desde aquí highlightear a los que están clasificando ahorita. Estás en panel. A ver, dale focus screen. Creo que ahorita van a subir, ahorita vemos cómo están.
There we go. We highlighted in red the players who are currently qualifying right now.
¿Cómo se llaman estos dos aquí? Dalan y Inglo. Okay.
So we have on the left side of your screen, we have Oscar Godinez, really no member in the community, all the way from California. Then on the left side we have Drum Days, another new player who showed up, heard about the tournament, said, "Hey, I'm gonna participate in that. That looks interesting." and on the off stations, the stations that are right in front of our players. You should, if you want to see the layout of the tournament, how is it looking, how is it feeling, how is it playing out. You can go and watch the Classic Tetris Instagram page account or Facebook page account, if you prefer. We're gonna post pictures, we're gonna post videos on how everything is looking, how's the layout. But on that other side of our qualifying rounds, we also have two new players, which is, I love. I always love to see new people. I always love to see new faces, new everything. We have Inglev and we have Dallin. So 128 for Oscar, our reigning Latin American championship, which by the way, he's going to be at CTWC 2025, coming up later in June. So you definitely want to look. You don't want to miss that. You wanna go there. If you're able to go to the Classic Tetris World Championships, that's an experience you have to live at least once in your life. It's a beautiful event. Really fun to be there, and a beautiful venue. And Oscar playing high. While we were talking about the championships, Oscar's gonna top out there. I think he was dancing for the earlier part of the game. I don't know if Oscar's gonna be meaning to submit that. I'm gonna try to get a better angle on his hands once he roll switches to dash. It's gonna be interesting to see. Coxdan is saying LA is expensive, but it's worth it. It is worth it, really worth it. It is expensive as well, but it is worth it. It is a beautiful event. It is the get along. I mean, we gathered, yes, for the game, and that was the original intent. But I think I'm speaking. You can see that their roll switch. That's really interesting to see. Oscar is the ultimate hybrid. I think he roll switches now on 19, but he used to tap on 19 and then roll on 29. Now I think he goes full roll on 19 portion of the game. Now that's the second game. No scores submitted yet. As I was saying, CTWC Pasadena, June 2024 was amazing. That was the first year it was held there. 2025 is shaping to be even better. We have returning stars, returning fan favorites. We have Green Tea. Kingsman spoiled that. I mean, it's not a spoiler. If you look into the attendance sheet, Green Tea is there and it has like a confirmed status. So Oscar is going to be one of the players that's going to be making it to California. Oscar is also our former Latin American champion, and this is also a very fun fact. Latin America has a monthly tournament, so we used to hold that really regularly. Nowadays, it's harder and harder to keep up with everyone's busy schedules and lives and whatnot. And Oscar is tied with someone right in this room as the most condecorated player in Latin American history in the monthly tournaments. And that's going to be Noe. Noe and Oscar are actually tied for most condecorated Latin American players. Both have 5 victories. So combined, they ruled Latin America for 10 months, almost a year now. And you're seeing a really, really high level of play. We earlier had AB Geek as well. She got 3 maxes and an A74 kicker. So don't forget to contribute to the Matcherino. As I was saying, Oscar is going to CTWC. Now he's most probably going to CTWC. AB Geek, I think, is also most probably going to CTWC. That's our top 3 rated players by PB, by ELO, by accolades, by whatever you want to rank it. These are our best 3, and our prize pool is going to be divided by 3. How lucky are these people? So, if you wanna support them to get to the Classic Tetris World Championships, use the exclamation mark Matcherino I'm gonna type that in chat. Nice dig from Oscar there. There we go. Prize pool entirely founded by you. Getting these players to California. It's gonna be a huge help helping them. However you can, that would be greatly appreciated. 239 for Oscar at 66 lines. Really high elevated dig. Oscar is playing really very nice rolls. Really nice 5 rolls there for Oscar. We have a couple of new players here. Inglove, Dallin, Dramon Days. We wanted to give the spotlights to new people that you probably don't see that much. I think we are used to seeing the usual suspects. I think Tetris is a celebration of how universal the game is, and how you can find someone that found out about the tournament and say, you know what, I'm gonna go. I love to stack blocks. I'm gonna be there. A lot of people here, that mindset. I love that. So 300,000 there for Oscar. 97 lines. This is the game that's gotten the furthest for him so far. He dashes on 18. You can see that in his hand. We got a great shot of Oscar, side shot from Oscar. You can see when he roll switches perfectly with that camera we have there. 23,000 for Dramon Days. Another new player that showed up a few days ago in our Mexican server. Asked for the tournament. I think found out through the various streams that are being held throughout the month. Oscar building 30 there with that one row off. Kind of dirty Tetris there. We could say kinda, maybe not fully dirty. Kind of dirty Tetris there for Oscar. $4-3-4 for Oscarcito Godínez. During the transition, the triple is gonna take him into the transition, but that Tetris is also gonna take him into a transition. Transitions with mid 400,000, so still max out base. It's gonna be a little. He has to go a little efficient if he wants to make this max out happen. Still going one row off the bottom now. You saw that roll switch there for Oscar. Oh, a hang there for that with that long bar. A couple of more people showing up to just maybe watch, maybe qual. That's a top out there for Oscar. 5-3-6 for Oscar. We're 11 minutes into the qualifier. He doesn't want to take the kicker. Says, I can do better. He knows he can do better. Dramon Days getting a little bit more into the rhythm of things. Players have not submitted a kicker yet, so I'm gonna explain that to you. How does it work? I saw maybe a couple of people are new. How does this work? Number of max outs. What's a max out? 999,999. Million points. The original highest achievement you could get in the original game. So that's the qualifying format, number of max outs, and then the kicker. What's the kicker? Highest non-max out score. So for example, we have Naui here with 4 max outs, sitting comfortably at first seat with a kicker of 992,000. That's the highest non-max out score. ABG's sitting at seat number 2 with 3 max outs, 874,000. And then, as both Pollo Chileman and Monochrome didn't get max outs, the seating is determined solely on the score. So it's separated by a very small margin there. 40,000 point difference there between seed number 3 and seed number 4. We're giving away stickers for those that are qualifying, that register there. Oscar is not feeling it so far. We are 13 minutes into the qualifier. This is our second round of qualifiers. ¿A qué hora juega Jorge White? Preguntan en el chat. Jorge White is one of our co-organizers, so he's kind of busy. I think we're both waiting for a lowish time bracket to qualify in. We're putting our players first. So I think the next round is gonna be a little busy. So maybe in 2 rounds more, two more batches of qualifiers have to go by, so we can both qualify, both Jorge and me. Jorge is the main organizer. He's the tech guy. He's the person that is running the OBS scene and Nestor's champs and the spreadsheet now right now. So Oscar starting a new game. Ramen Days. I think this is the best game that Ramen Days has had, and this is interesting. You can see that it's a double flipper. We hadn't had that quite yet. Double flipper. Always love to see that. Really common in the OG days. $2.12 for Dramen Days. Double flipping. I always love seeing double flipping. It always makes everything more intense, more airtight. And there we go, Jorge White typing al rato. I'll qualify in a little bit. Oscar was getting ready to roll switch there. The board was getting high, and this is a game for Dramen Days. I think they've managed to get over the non-existent latency. Which is a factor for a couple of our players here. We saw Monochromy. He's used to playing Tetris Effect connected, and now playing without latency. It's getting to a couple of our players. The timing is off, spins are off, skill stops especially are off. Probably as a tapper, that's not going to be a huge problem, but as a roller, maybe as a dasser especially, the latency is really different from a modern TB. Noe saying, Pollo te amo, yo te amo. Noe, no sé dónde está Noe, but Noe's right by my left side, so. So Dramen Day is about to hit the first transition of the qualifier. Transition for Dramen Day. Let's see how they handle with this speed. Well, doing pretty okay. I mean, for the first time that you play with the CRT, it's a pretty good survival there so far. You can definitely see that Dramen Days has played before, just maybe not with the CRT. That's the best score so far for Dramen Days, 297. So that actually takes the spot so far for third seed now from the second round of qualifiers. So far, Oscar hasn't submitted a score yet. None of our 3 players so far have submitted a score. $297, $560 there for Dramen Days. It's getting submitted. A couple of people are here gathering, watching the game off camera. It's hypnotic. There was a girl here named Sophia, which is really not into Tetris, but she just had to stay and watch Nawiqual. You just explain a little bit. He has to max before 29, or if it's gonna be really hard. And she found it extremely intense. That's Tetris for you. 412 for Oscar. Approaching the 19 transition. Closer there than the start of level 18. With a nice score. You usually try to look for a 500 mid 400,000 scores when you go into the 100 line mark. ¿Puedo pedir un favor? ¿Puedes tomar una historia y antes de que la publiques me la muestras?
¿Historia o una foto nada más?
Una historia de que están
¿Video?
ajá, como clasificando. Y me la muestras y ya.
Así me doy una vueltita.
Sí, sé que como graban y todo. 528 for Oscar, almost nearing the transition. Oscar, why do I say Oscar? It's Oscar. We're in Mexico, baby. We're at Mexico City, the Monou Gaming Center. Here in La Condesa, really nice neighborhood from the Mexico City. Really nice coffee shops. Oscar transitioned 600,000 into 19. Sorry, we're not gonna go that fast into 29.
Para mí no sé si creo que
632 for Oscar in level 20. Solves that dependency with a tuck there. Now this game has legs there for Oscar. 700,000 for him. Hitting those 5 rolls, which are crucial there. Another top out there for Draman Days. Meanwhile, 739 for Oscar. This is the first game to reach transition for him. Really high bar there set from our previous qualifiers. Or Naui with 4 max outs. Got back for back max outs. Then struggled to get the other one. The 5th one and the 6th one especially. 780 there for Oscar. No really bad route so far as we've seen. Really nice clean placements. Oscar used to be a DAS player, so he has immense control. You can actually see him switch to DAS there. That's interesting to see. Really confident on his DAS control there if you want to go back to DAS. Really nice efficient, and you can see there, whoop, roll switch, a little head shake there for Oscar. I think he accidentally rolled the piece there when he was roll switching. Shouldn't take long, and this is a really nice space so you can get your foot a little bit off the pedal and chill down for a little bit, get ready, and try to get it done as soon as possible. But this board was getting slightly uncomfortable there. We're nearing 29. That's the point where you want to max beforehand. You say, no, I'm gonna take it slightly more off. You can see taking a few burns that you wouldn't normally do if you were under pressure on a competitive match. That is 900,000 on level 27. So this could be the first max for Oscar that gets a Tetris there. Has had a longer dependency on the left side of the board. It's gonna be ideally looking for. There's the piece Oscar was looking for. Beautiful sequence of pieces there. Now a long bar would be ideal for Oscar's board. Oh, there's a misdrop there for Oscar. The board is spiraling down. 950 for Oscar. Everyone saying no here. Could potentially get 952 for Oscar. So that's a 952 for Oscar Godinez. That's probably gonna be a kicker, I'd imagine. Yeah. No lo registró. Okay, no. Oscar doesn't register that score. So that's not gonna go into the spreadsheet, but 952 for Oscar there. Y puedes cambiar, porque sale ahora en el de vista, como Drum and Day subió, mira, si le das ahí al display, ahora sale monochromia en rojo. ¿Se lo puedes poner a Drum and Day? So Oscar didn't submit that one. This is a drought forming here. 18-piece drought, 19, 20, 21 drought for Oscar before he decides to start a new game. So rough sequence of pieces there for Oscar. Another route forming there for Oscar. It was a 17-piece route forming there for him. Has a bit set up there. Let's see if the bit shows up there for Oscar. Waiting for yet another drought forming. There's the bit. Nice adjustment there for Oscar. Rocked back the long bar just as he saw it coming. Nice burn there. That was really aggressive now. And now back to Das again. You can see it going back and forth. The board goes at like a 10 high and he decides to go to roll again and the Das again and then feeling comfortable, saving energy probably. And another Tetris there for Oscar. Meanwhile, Dramondes went up in seeding score. Dallin with a 51,000 score. Dramondes went up ahead to snatch the third seed. So far, 3 players have reached the 200,000 score. We have a couple of players still to get their qualifying slot done. One of those is Hook. I don't know if Hook is here actually. I think I see Hook, but it's kind of far away from me, so I don't know if I think he's getting ready for the third time slot. 26 minutes have elapsed from in the qualifier. So, a little over half an hour is still left to go for these second batch of qualifiers to be done. Let's remember that top 12 seats, top 12 scores will be the ones that make it into tomorrow's tournament. Tomorrow is gonna be tournament day. Who's this wonderful caster, Lucas from Brazil? Is asking. Well, this is Pollo Salazar. I've been commentating for CTWC for a while. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that Oscar is having a couple of misdrops there. Nice roll there. I'll be right back where I left off. Oscar is gonna top out at 372. So as I was saying, I've been commentating for CTWC for a while. I've organized a couple of tournaments, Mexican tournaments, Latin American tournaments, a couple of different tournaments over the years. Most notably, most importantly, Dasser Tap tournament. And now we're here on the first ever live CTWC Mexico. We held one online in 2023, I believe. We held one in 2023. And we have our first submitted score by Inglove. ¿Ah? Ah, es el segundo. Ah, no, todavía no se pone aquí. ¿Sí? Ahorita lo vemos. Ah, es Dalan. Perdón. So Dalan submitted a score. So that's the 51, but I think it just improved their score now. And Inglove and Oscar are the ones that have not submitted a score yet. Still to submit. I can recognize a couple of people now from the crowd that is watching. That have their eyes glued into Oscar's qualifier. So we're nearing on the 30-minute mark. After 30-minute marks, we're in the turning point of the qualifier. I'm gonna give the players the signal that 30 minutes have elapsed since the second batch of qualifiers started. 30 minutos. 30 minutes have passed already. And still not a score submitted for two of our players now. Probably not happy with how things are going so far. Confident in their ability that they can score a little higher.
No te preocupes. ¿Sabes quién va a clasificar en el siguiente?
Atrás que se llama.
¿No conozco?
No,
Ah, ajá.
no se llama.
We're just checking a little bit, checking for you who's gonna go next into our next batch of qualifiers. The last Mexican qualifier was in 2022, I believe. No, I think it was 2023. I should check that again. So our next qualifiers are Alokendiar. That's an interesting name. I like that name. And I don't think we have a clear information yet on who's gonna qual afterwards.
¿Todavía no sabes quién nos va a clasificar? Ahí estoy, ahorita voy a...
Ah, ¿sí lo viste?
Ajá, aquí está, mis lentes. Yo creo que él, ajá. Y si alguien más, pues... Si no clasifica tú, si quieres.
Yo me espero que
¿Sí?
So yeah, we have our next batch of qualifiers confirmed for our third time slot. It is currently 3:13 p.m. in Mexico City. This is gonna go all the way into the late evening, late night. Usually this sort of events. Oh, that's a dirty Tetris there for Oscar. That was pretty good. Has to unplug that. It's set up for another dirty Tetris. Gets it with stacking down Tetris by Tetris in the middle, 30. That's the way you want to stack down if you want to go back to the semblance of order that a low right side Tetris Tetris well is going to give you. And usually these sort of events, people go to eat afterwards, hang out a little bit, chat, get to know each other, and that's the beauty of the events. If you ever had the chance to go to one of these events, one of in-person event, that's the beauty of it. Another dirty Tetris there for Oscar, playing really comfortably there, center well,
center well, getting the Tetris wherever they land. Center well, left, middle, 30. 124 lines there. 126 lines there for Oscar, I mean. Setting up for a last Tetris. Roll switches there, as you can see. The pieces are not falling in their place they should. It's gonna take a couple of burns there. Reopens, gets the long bar in the nicely timed manner. Tetris to transition, 524 for Oscar. Oops, pulls back that J piece. Gonna go flat with that. Dirty Tetris again for Oscar. 552 there. And another center well Tetris for Oscar. Finding his rhythm, strangely enough, in these center well 30 Tetrises that keep the pace alive, even though you might not be playing as efficient as you'd like to. You keep the scoring potential high with this with sort of burns. 608 for Oscar. Don't forget that we're live on YouTube, so if you want to interact, you have a YouTube account, or you don't have a Twitch account, you can go there, you can watch on Twitch. Another Tetris there for Oscar, 664. Finding his rhythm now. Going not perfect, but really efficient. Another Tetris, 697, almost at the 700,000 barrier. That's where you know you have a game going. That's where you know your game's alive. 700,000 is it's a nice reference to see where you're standing at, how much more aggro or safe you want to be. And we're chilling all the way to level 23, so this is max out potential. And for those that like the Tetris rate information, Tetris rate is 63% so far. So that's about that's above a max out pace before 29. That's where you want to get it, the max out. You don't want to leave it all into 29, especially. Live events are really different. I saw a conversation going on earlier about if it's harder to win an online tournament that has a lot of people in it from around the world, or the in-person World Championship, the CTWC. And a lot of people are saying CTWC because even though there may not be the full representation of keyboard people and abroad people and whatnot, like Europeans and Asians and people from Latin America until recently, in-person nerves are real and are a factor, and they're really hard to control once you're in a good pace and you have a crowd watching you. It's really different, so I think it's a whole different beast. Now waiting for the correct pieces is Oscar not showing up. Those pieces are gonna work, and we're getting into the point in where getting Tetris, getting the max out before 29 is gonna be, I believe, impossible now. So it's gonna take a little bit of 29, especially with that single. Now we're two lines away. Tetris for Oscar cracks 900,000, and we're getting into the good part. 29 is gonna be necessary for Oscar to get this max out. Builds a nice left, sets up for the Tetris. Waiting for the long bar. There's the long bar. Lowers the stack. Oh, but it's gonna top out at 975. So there's the highest score so far. 975. This one is gonna get submitted there. 975 for Oscar. So that's gonna put him at seed number 3 so far. A knock out Ramondays for the 3rd seed in the tournament. Welcome in, everyone. Every new person that's tuning in. This is a CTWC Mexico 2025, our first ever in-person tournament. It's going to be a 12 person bracket for tomorrow. This is qualifiers. This is not the tournament day. This is qualifiers. So top 12 scores are gonna duke it out tomorrow in the single elimination tournament that's taking place tomorrow. I think we have assured at least 3 seats, which are Naui, Avi, and Oscar. They are surely staying in.
But there's a queue forming in for the qualifying slots. It's gonna be interesting. A couple of players not as happy with their performances. Used to playing on LED TVs, and now that we are doing every single CTWC qualifier on original hardware, original chunky CRT TVs, it's different. The delay is non-existent here, which can, funnily enough, throw you off. So, a couple of players not as happy as they usually are with their performances. It takes a little bit to get used to the lag difference. 38 minutes have elapsed since we started our qualifier, so a little over 20 minutes left. If you play a game all the way into 29 and an 18 star, that's around 2 games, 3 games. Nice adjustments there for Oscar. You can see the experience he has. Don't forget to check out the Maturino we have going on. A couple of our players here are gonna be representing Mexico or the US in the case of AB's attendance to CTWC. They're gonna be at CTWC 2025 in Pasadena this coming June. So if you want to support them, if you want to help them be there, if you want to help out one of the top 3 players, feel free to do so. Everything is very helpful, and if you're not able to, just being here is a great help for every single one of us. 370 for Oscar at 71 lines. This is a better pace than, I think this is the best pace he's had so far in the tournament. There was a drought there forming, and Ramen Days with a 59,000 at 40 lines. I think getting more comfortable with the delay I was talking about that a few players are experiencing. A lot of them play on emulators, on maybe on consoles, but with different setups. Nice save there for Oscar. Beautiful sequence of burns. You can see the really efficient roll switch there for Oscar. Now a comfortable hold there, which is gonna slow down. Needs really specific pieces to solve this. I think switch there again to Das. It's gonna hang that 5 tap. Not feeling it as much. So we have one international player, for those also wondering. AB Geek. She qualified with Das. Got 3 max outs. 874. You're gonna see her tomorrow, surely. And the top 4 players get a bye in round 1. The top 4 players get a bye in round 1. The lower seeds are gonna duke it out to climb through the tournament. It's gonna be a best of 3 until the semifinals, and finals are gonna be a best of 5. And this is the second ever Latin American live event. Would you believe it? Colombia beat us to that first ever live event. That was held last year by Richard Wolf and Mo, and by Guerrero also, who participated, had a lot to do with the tournament. So this is the second ever in-person Latin American tournament. Big community from there. If you happen to be from there, feel free to join our Discord server as well. Big community there from Latin America. Johan would be proud, says Lucas, the founder of our Latin American community. Oscar waiting for that talk to be resolved. It has to be exclusively be solved with that piece you saw right there. If you want to avoid any spins, anything too fancy, anything that could potentially ruin your stack and leave a really awkward hole there. If you want to go for that solve. waiting for that long bar now to fill. Here comes the long bar. Roll switches, just in case anything gets troublesome. Waiting for the pieces. This is not ideal. I don't know if that pullback was intentional. And this is a drought. 21 piece drought. 23, 24, 26, 27, 20. There's the long bar finally after 28 pieces that were not long bars, which can really derail your stack really fast. You saw that right there. Oscar is a pretty proficient stacker, pretty proficient player. You saw how quickly things got dicey there for him. And we're almost at the 15-minute left to end the qualifier time. So this round of qualifiers is almost done. First one was the one that has the most heavy hitters. There's just one max outlet player left there to qualify. I wonder who that is. But there's one more left to qualify. So Oscar is last CTWC Mexico. He got second place. Now we got first place. He's our reigning Latin American champion, our most condecorated player as well. Has made CTWC a couple of times, the gold bracket as well. So a really exciting match between Oscar and Redshirt last CTWC. It was almost exclusively max outs. It was a really strong match. Diamond Days 208. That's not gonna be quite the best score so far, but 208. Oh, we lost Diamond Days' camera. We're gonna get that sorted out. We're just fixing the game feed from Diamond Days. And there we go, we're back. Oscar with a very nice score so far into the 18 portion. 500,000 at around 100 lines. That's pretty good. That's what you want to see when you go for a max out. You want to go as far ahead as you can. Nice bid setup there for Oscar. You want to go as far ahead as you can in the 18 portion, the most accessible one, the least risky one, we should say. And when the game has legs, you want to go as you don't want to go aggro. You want to go as safe as you can. It's a completely different beast to qualify for a tournament, especially with this format, which is max outs and kickers. It has to do nothing with tournament play. Nice adjustment there for Oscar. Beautiful sequence of adjustments and tuck setups to solve the board with what he had. Oscar has a PB of 1.4 and now transitions, talking about Oscar at 634,000. Really nice transition, had to transition with the single. Really nice transition there for Oscar. For those around our fans of Tetris rate, this is an 82% Tetris rate. So Oscar has, as pointed out by DJ Mr. Bodo, he's maxed out with all three playstyles. We're now encountering a drought of 20 pieces, gets the long bar. That's one of the differences from our guideline Tetris and our classic Tetris that we're playing right now. Droughts can be as long as 7 pieces if you're playing the guideline Tetris. But how long can a drought be? I mean, I think I've seen droughts that go 80 pieces without a long bar, which is the most important piece of the game. Misrub there for Oscar. He has still a lot of pace that he can give. It doesn't affect the game that much. still has a 77% Tetris rate. You want to be around the 60% Tetris rate range, so you know that you are in range to qualify, to transition. I'm sorry, to 29 with a max out, which is what you ideally want to have. You don't want to leave it to 29. Although Oscar is can hang on 29. Has a PB of 1.9 million. 1.9, 1.4. 1.4. We can see 1.46 million. 800,000 for Oscar on level 24. Pretty good still. And another drought farming. Sequence of droughts are slowing down Oscar in this latter portion of the game. Still can go safe-ish for the score he currently has. Level 25. There's a Tetris who's gonna take him closer, inching closer to the 900,000, which is the barrier you want to be at. That's gonna take him to 900,000, and there's level 26. 3 levels more to go, including the one he's currently at. There's another Tetris. Will this be Oscar's first max out of the qualifier? Another Tetris there for Oscar. The next Tetris should take him into the max out, I believe. I'm doing my math correctly. We'll see. And the max out there for Oscar, finally. First one off the qualifier. This is number of max outs and kickers, so the score he gets right now wouldn't impact that much. Probably you wanna have it as practice. 10 minutes left to go. Oscar could squeeze 2 games more if he maxes out semi-efficiently. Faltan 10 minutos. Oye, Oscar maxo. There we go. First max out for Oscar. DJ Mr. Boro really pumped up to see Oscar max. There's 10 minutes left. 10 minutos. 10 minutes left to go on the clock. Jorge, so we registered that max out for Oscar there. First one of the session. Would have to go back-to-back max outs if he wants to take the number 2 seed, I believe. So now, with 10 minutes in the clock, now 9. This is where you usually feel most stressed if you have been underperforming. I can tell you by personal experience. If you're underperforming and you have 10 minutes left, you know you could, in theory, get 2 more max outs. So it's really stressful. There's a drought forming there for Oscar. 17 lines, and gets the Tetris. So as I was saying, you start feeling the pressure when you're nearing the end of the qualifier. You have been underperforming. Being a max out player, being a 200, 300,000 player, you feel the pressure to close strong. So we're forming another drought there for Oscar, 14 drought. As I was saying, you could get a maximum of 7 drought. Is that right? 7 drought? Is that right for our guideline Tetris? Well, we had another contribution there for DJ Mr. Boro, which is going to take us to $61.31. Viva Mexico, Cañones. I like that. Thank you very much, CA Mr. Boro. Had another contribution there, inching closer to the 100 mark for our prize pool, which I may remind you is going to go to our top 3 players. 50% is going to go to the winner. Then 30% is going to go to the second place, and 20% is going to go to the third place. So It's being divided by top 3 players. Diamond Days is gonna let that one go. 7 minutes left to go. 7 minutes left to go to the qualifier, to the second round of qualifiers. I love the qualifier format. Like the nice adjustment there for Oscar to make room for that T. I love this format of play. Gives a little bit of simul stress when you watch your favorite player play. A new person you like, you're rooting for them. It's always nice to see the qualifying rounds. CTWC, they're really fun to do. And don't forget about that as well. CTWC Classic Touch World Championships are happening really, really early. Really, really soon. I meant to say really, really soon. June. Nice S-pin there for Oscar. Roll switches and then Tetris. And goes back to DAS immediately. It's really interesting to see. Last time there was a Mexican qualifier. Nice spin there for Oscar, by the way. Let's see how he resolves this. Oh, nice spin tuck there. It misdropped the subsequent piece, but that was a really nice solve. Really nice, clever solve there for Oscar. Almost 5 minutes to go into the qualifier. This is an hour-long qualifier. Roll switching again. He's gonna need a long bar. Gets the long bar barely into a dirty Tetris. That was nice. There to save and lower the score with efficiency. That's gonna be a triple, I believe. Getting this stack in some sort of semblance of order. 387 for Oscar at about 100 lines. Not bad. It's gonna have to be an efficient post transition if you want to do it before 29. Into the old kill screen. Now right click hold to kill the thrill screen, skill screen. 417 there. The DAS handshake, head shake for Oscar, the classic one. Nice beat setup. I always love to see those. And that was actually really useful. And that was a useful bits, vertical eye setup, roll switches. I love the seamless roll switch from Oscar. Diamond Days running into a little bit of trouble with the 101. Is going to transition. Oscar with 470. So it's going to transition with the 470. A little bit high on the board. 3 minutes and a half left for the qualifier to finish. So we're going to have to go all Tetrises. Going 30. Oscar knows he has to go a little bit more aggressive. He wants to max before 29. Setting up for the really 30 Tetris. 30 Tetris there for Oscar, 509. Another 30 Tetris there. Now has lower dependency. That was a pullback, I believe. And now could actually go left foot 30. Left foot 30 Tetris for Oscar. Got it, catching up rhythm. Catching up with the pace. That was a little bit slow on 18. 30 Tetris again for Oscar. That misdrop is going to be slowing him down even further. We have 2.5 minutes left to go. 2 minutos y medio. 2.5 minutes left. Nice T-tuck setup there for Oscar. Nice adjustment there to make room for that long bar. He knows he can potentially get another game going. This is getting close. 2 minutes almost left. It's 3 seconds, and now it's 2 minutes left for the qualifier to to finish. Another Tetris for Oscar. This is getting into the territory where it's possible. He has to get nice pieces for this to work out. 700,000 for Oscar. And now 1.5 minutes almost left into the qualifier. 1.5 minutes left on the qualifier now. We're nearing the 29th portion of the game for Oscar. Needs perfect pieces there to set up. Tetris for Oscar, 8:17, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go on the qualifier. This is getting close for Oscar. There's another Tetris, 852,000. 1 minute left to go. Un minuto. 1 minute left to go on the clock. Is Oscar's gonna take this one? Is Oscar's gonna start a new one? 59 seconds to go. No, I mean 45 seconds to go on the clock. That's gonna be a top out there for Oscar. Still time to go. Segundos. 30 seconds to finish our second round of qualifiers. So we have 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. Listo. Si tienen un juego lo terminan todavía. Está bien. So the second time slot of our qualifiers has ended. This is the last game for every single one of our players. So far in the day, we've had 8 max outs, hailing from 3 players. Most of our players have been new. That's always nice to see. It's always nice to see new players around. And as a matter of fact, only 3 of our so far 8 players who we've had. Oh, Dramindis is gonna top out at 118. They're done. And 3 of our players are still going on our third batch of qualifiers. Dude, I thought it was Heist Online on quals. How dare you? That's insulting. No, that's not insulting. I love Heist. It's the chicken, as DJ Mr. Voro pointed out. And this is Oscar Godinez's last game. $155 now for him. Now leaning over, getting the DAS stance. Not quite there yet for rolling. 181 for Oscar. Slight misrub. This can be fixed. It's gonna take a couple of burns. That square is not gonna help. Roll switches. Doesn't flip the T, needs a J. The J comes too far. Oh, Oscar's gonna top out at 181, 83 with 1 max and the 975 kicker. And now we have only 2 players left qualifying. Probably not as happy, expecting a little more, but it doesn't matter. The tournament day is the one that's gonna be the most important. The most crucial part of the tournament. Now we're seeing off screen our remaining 2 players who are still qualifying. Level 5, and I believe in level 9 starts. I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna go to another scene. Hold on, while we wait for our third round of qualifiers. ¿Ya está la tercera? ¿Ya? ¿Qué? Ok. ¿Y ya? Ok. So we have our third slot of qualifiers ready, almost ready. There. ¿Ah? No, ya, sí, de que todavía casi, ya casi. We're almost done. We're almost done for the third one. We're waiting for our last players to show up, to finish their last games. And we're gonna be setting up our next couple of games here. We're gonna be seeing the infamous El Guapísimo for those in the Latin American community. Nada más,
¿Puedes hacerlo del
a ver si. Ah, sí, claro. Falta un control de ese lado. Creo que
Es el tuyo.
sí, está bien, no pasa nada.
Ya. Jorge, ¿sí los viste ya? Sería bueno para ti de una vez, porque si no, si se van unos o algo, no estoy seguro. Como estoy aquí.
So we're getting ready for our third batch of qualifiers, which we're still deciding or not if I'm gonna be in El Pocho. But we have 3 qualifiers so far. 3 people ready to qualify.
No sé si sí o si no. Es que no me gusta. Pero es que también tengo que clasificar de todas formas. Sí, no, pues ya. Sí,
Es que te llevaste la última parte del adaptador.
Okay, so we're setting up the next round of qualifiers, and guess who's gonna be there? That who is not Dramondays, but is in Dramondays' place is Hook, el guapísimo, known for in our community, which means the extremely handsome man in our community. And I'm gonna be qualifying as well. We're not gonna be leaving the booth empty. This is gonna be interesting. If anyone wants to practice their Duolingo, we're gonna do it in Spanish. So we're gonna be setting up, and I'm gonna be there qualifying if you wanna be there. Yeah, these chairs are extremely comfortable. Ninja, they are extremely good. I've never seen one of these before. The Mono before I came to Mono, but anyway, as I was saying, if anyone wants to practice their Spanish, their Duolingo, their informal Duolingo, their hearing, we're gonna have a Spanish commentator. You know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be Pollo Chido, man. It's gonna be my double, my other chicken, probably my brother. I don't know. So we're gonna get Pollo Chido Man on the commentary booth, and then we're gonna start the third round of qualifiers. So we'll be right back. A ver, déjame ver si hay algo que tengas que saber.
A ver, lo que es que como Jorge es el que está seteando la parte técnica.
Ok, buenísimo.
¿Le puedes setear los nombres? Es lo único que hace falta.
Me quito.
Sí, ajá, está directamente lo que es.
No.
¿Este qué canal es? ¿Es Twitch o es este?
Están en Twitch y en YouTube.
¿Es CTWC?
Hola, como bien saben, estamos en el primer día de la clasificatoria aquí en el torneo de Tetris Clásico en su primera edición aquí en México. En este momento, frente a ustedes, tenemos a dos grandes jugadores. Por un lado está Hook, eh, jugador de DAS, eh, y por el otro lado tenemos a Pollo, uno de los favoritos, de los mejores jugadores que tenemos en el país, el cual jugará haciendo hypertyping. Creo que muchos aquí pudieron haberse dado cuenta debido a la manera en la cual agarran los controles. Podemos ver incluso cómo Pollo tiene un guante puesto. Recordemos que en esta clasificatoria, en este momento, ambos jugadores tienen sus propios juegos y tienen 1 hora, 60 minutos, para poder establecer la mayor cantidad de puntos posibles. Para el final del día de hoy, aquellos jugadores que hayan tenido un puntaje, los 16 jugadores que hayan tenido mejores puntajes pasarán a la siguiente ronda, en donde ya tendremos batallas a la muerte, cuello a cuello, 1 a 1. En este momento ambos jugadores, como apenas acabamos de comenzar, están apenas practicando y calentando sus primeros movimientos. Estamos viendo en este momento cómo ambos jugadores están apenas construyendo sus setups, están construyendo, pensando en su estrategia, tratando de mantener la abertura del lado derecho. En este momento, Pollo acaba de llegar hasta arriba, pronto iniciará su siguiente juego. No olvidemos que en este momento ninguno de los jugadores tienen vidas, pueden iniciar tantos juegos como ellos quieran, siempre y cuando sea dentro de la hora de tiempo que tienen disponibles. Hook en este momento lleva una puntuación de 200,000 puntos. Está en el nivel 18, un nivel muy favorito para todos los jugadores cuando van iniciando. Mientras tanto, podemos ver cómo Pollo reinicia su juego una vez más. No hay que preocuparnos, apenas van los primeros minutos del juego, pero aún así hay que ir viendo cómo es que estos empiezan a establecer sus puntuaciones, empiezan a establecer sus récords y están construyendo poco a poco este juego de Tetris. Hook tiene ya listo su apertura del lado derecho para... la acaba de cubrir y en ese momento evidentemente tuvo que llegar la pieza larga, pero no se preocupa, está haciendo un poco de limpieza y está dejando todo listo para que cuando llegue la próxima pieza larga, tampoco estuvo ahí, tendrá que ser la siguiente y en este momento tiene un pequeño problema. Ese agujero de allí le está tapando la entrada a poder hacer cualquier tipo de Tetris. Para todos aquellos jugadores o personas que nos están sintonizando que aún no cachan exactamente qué es lo que estamos viendo aquí, la manera en la cual se puntúa este juego, a diferencia de cualquier otra versión de Tetris, es a partir nada más de limpiar líneas. Si limpias una línea, te llevarás algunos puntillos. Si limpias 2, unos poquitos más. Si limpias 3, bastantes más. Y la joya en la corona es limpiar 4 líneas al mismo tiempo, lo que conocemos como un Tetris. Los Tetris dan muchos más puntos de los que daría cualquier otro de cualquier otra de las limpiezas de líneas que hay. Por lo tanto, lo que están haciendo ambos jugadores en este momento es intentar limpiar la mayor cantidad de líneas única y exclusivamente con Tetris. Podemos ver entonces qué tanto lo han logrado con el pequeño puntaje que tenemos a un lado. Justo arriba de las banderas dice TRT. Como podemos ver, Hook tiene un TRT en este momento del 36%, lo que significa que el 36% de las líneas que ha limpiado han sido Tetris. Y por otro lado, tenemos a Pollo, que tiene un TRT de más del 80%. Uy, eso no le fue suficiente para evitar llegar hasta arriba en esta ronda. podrán ver en este momento, ambos jugadores continúan intentando construir sus aberturas del lado derecho. Están manteniendo la calma para poder esperar a esa preciada pieza larga que necesitan para poder hacer su preciado Tetris. En este momento, Pollo ya tiene el setup listo para poder hacer el Tetris en el momento en el que se le presente. ¡Ups! ¡No! Se tapó el agujero justamente en el momento en el que más lo necesitaba. Pero vamos intentándolo. No, llegó hasta arriba. Oscar logra una puntuación de 325,000 puntos. Una buena puntuación. Pero vamos a ver si en los siguientes intentos logra llegar más alto. Es la puntuación más alta que ha tenido hasta ahora, pero recordemos que conforme vaya avanzando el juego, si él logra hacer una puntuación más alta, la puntuación que se queda guardada y con la que va a clasificar va a ser aquella que sea de más puntos. ¡Boom! Tetris para Pollo. Siguen avanzando. Está armando todo, estamos iniciando todavía muy tranquilos. En este momento ninguno de los dos jugadores ha logrado transicionar a la siguiente pantalla en esta ronda, entonces estamos yendo poquito a poquito. Podemos ver cómo Hook está armando su ¡boom! Tetris para Hook. Sí, bien. Ambos jugadores están teniendo... No es cierto. Hook está teniendo un juego muy limpio, mientras Pollo está construyendo algunas dependencias de piezas. Pero justo la pieza que necesitaba fue la que llegó. Uy, muy buena forma de poner esa pieza S de parte de Pollo. Pollo está haciéndole honor a su nombre y está armando un juego excelente. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook. Hook se mantiene con un juego bastante limpio. Boom, Tetris para Hook. Ambos jugadores en este momento lo están haciendo con mucha calma, están pensando bien sus movimientos. Recordemos todas las personas que nos están viendo que ambos jugadores están iniciando en nivel 18. El nivel 18 son 9 niveles arriba de lo que el juego oficial te deja iniciar. Entonces no estamos viendo cualquier juego en este momento. Estamos viendo a dos grandes jugadores haciendo cosas muy impresionantes para clasificar en este torneo de Tetris clásico en su primera versión aquí en México. Hook se mantiene muy abajo, eso es bueno. En especial para un jugador de edad que necesita tener cierta cantidad de tiempo para poder poner las piezas en su lugar. Es muy importante que mantenga el juego limpio, que no se acerque demasiado a la parte de arriba. En estos niveles todavía no es no es un fin inminente, pero es preferible mantenerse en la parte de abajo. Pollo ya está listo para su siguiente Tetris, ya armó todo para que llegue, para esperar esa preciada pieza. Y llegó la pieza, ¡boom! Tetris para Pollo. Hook está en este momento teniendo que limpiar un poco más de basura que tiene alrededor en su juego en este momento. Necesita un grupo de piezas un poco específicas para lograrlo, pero parece que lo está haciendo bien. Todavía le falta... ¡Ey! Oye, qué buena limpieza acaba de hacer Hook. Se nota la experiencia del jugador. Vamos poco a poco. Va a tener que hacer un poco más de limpieza. La pantalla limpia le duró un poquito nada más. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Pollo está avanzando muy bien, va muy tranquilo, ya va casi por los 300,000 puntos. Quiero que presten atención un momento en la mano de Pollo. Vean cómo toma el control. Esta forma de tomar el control es la forma de tomar el control de un hypertapper, lo cual significa que en lugar de dejar el botón apretado en ese momento para que las piezas vayan de un lado al otro, aprieta el número de veces necesaria el control, los botones del control para mover las piezas. Eso, además de ser muy cansado, lo que le permite es alcanzar velocidades mucho más grandes de las que un jugador que solamente use DAS, como es el ejemplo de Hook, puede llegar. También en este momento es bueno mencionar que ambos jugadores, si bien están en este momento tratando de clasificar para el día de mañana, eso no significa que estén compitiendo el uno contra el otro. En este momento todos los jugadores que están intentando clasificar están en una batalla contra sí mismos, es decir, están intentando hacer el mayor puntaje posible para entrar entre los 16 mejores jugadores y poder participar en la final el día de mañana. Para todos aquellos que no se quieran perder esta final, no olviden seguir a Tetris Clásico en todas sus redes sociales. En todos lados están como Classic Tetris. Ahí mismo en el canal de YouTube podrán encontrar todos los torneos, cómo se está desarrollando el camino hacia el torneo mundial que ya va a ser en unos meses en Pasadena, California. Y también recordar que quien gane el torneo del día de mañana aquí en México se llevará todo para se llevarán al seleccionado ganador a competir en el torneo mundial en Pasadena, California. En este momento Pollo tiene una buena construcción, no está completamente limpia. Esa pieza T está un poco estorbosa, pero nada que no se pueda resolver con una pieza ahí. Pero digo, de esas no sobran, es lo que les voy a decir, compañeros y compañeras. Podemos ver cómo Hook está manteniéndose con un juego limpio. Tiene un muy buen puntaje. De hecho podemos ver que tiene un TRT ligeramente superior al que tenía en la ronda pasada, lo cual significa que probablemente vaya a alcanzar un puntaje superior al que tuvo en el juego anterior. Espero no haberlo mufado, compañeros y compañeras, pero en este momento en realidad se ve muy bien su tablero. En verdad se ve muy bien su tablero. Pollo alcanzó los 500,000 puntos antes de llegar hasta arriba y tener que empezar la siguiente ronda. Por el perfil de Pollo, seguramente él esperaba llegar a un puntaje un poco superior. No creo que se quiera quedar alrededor de los 500,000, sino por lo menos estarle pegando al millón, 1,200,000 puntos. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook, que en este momento se mantiene ya con que se mantiene con un puntaje y una gran limpieza en el tablero. Recordemos, compañeros y compañeras, que Tetris no solamente es un juego de velocidad. Aquí los striders que solamente intentan jugar lo más rápido posible no llegan muy lejos, porque no importa qué tan rápido seas, si no limpias el tablero de la manera correcta, no vas a llegar a ningún punto. Es un juego entonces también de estrategia, de organización, de mantener las cosas con calma y limpieza. Y en este momento estamos viendo como Hook, un jugador de DAS, está haciendo ese trabajo de manera espectacular. Hook llega a los 400,000 puntos. En este momento está en muchos problemas. Vamos a ver si logra. Y no. Logró romper su récord llegando a los 404,000 puntos y pronto iniciará su siguiente ronda. Estamos viendo cómo también los jugadores siguen siendo humanos, ¿no? Hay que descansar un poco las manos, hay que descansar un poco la mente, pero hay que iniciarlo con todo, nunca rendirse, siempre seguir adelante. Pollo inicia su juego, ya lleva 50,000 puntos. Estamos viendo cómo se maneja muy bien, pero esa pieza larga llegó en el peor momento posible, justo cuando está tapada la entrada del lado derecho. Pero se mantiene bien, está haciendo una buena limpieza, está jugando muy arriba, más arriba de lo que a mí me gustaría estar jugando. Pero miren, es un hipertapper, entonces yo creo que tampoco le preocupa tanto. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Hook se mantiene de nuevo con esta estrategia de un juego muy limpio, de un juego en donde casi no hay espacio para errores. Pollo está jugando de una manera ligeramente más arriesgada y hace construcciones un poco más altas, pero también se mantiene haciendo lo mismo, dejando todo lo posible para que siempre que llegue una pieza ahí, esa pieza ahí tenga... Miren cómo puso esa pieza ahí, no del lado del Tetris. Está evitando tener dependencias, lo cual en realidad es una forma muy inteligente de jugar. No olviden, compañeros y compañeras, en especial aquellos que jueguen otras formas de Tetris, que aquí en el Tetris clásico las piezas que salen, las piezas que el dios del Tetris nos entrega, son total y completamente aleatorias. A diferencia de versiones más recientes de Tetris, en las que las piezas vienen en bolsas de 7, en donde cada tanto tiempo las piezas se van a repetir. Aquí siempre existe la posibilidad de que esa pieza no vuelva a aparecer hasta el momento en el que pierdas. Entonces es muy importante hacer todo lo posible por evitar las dependencias, es decir, construir las cosas de tal forma en la cual no puedas evitar necesitar cierto tipo de pieza. Como podrán ver, Pollo ya ha llegado a sacrificar varias piezas, varias barras largas para poder continuar el juego de manera en la que no necesite esa barra larga en un futuro. Es decir, prefiere ponerla en un lugar en donde no le dé los puntos de un Tetris. ¿Para qué? Para que no la necesite en el momento en el que eso sea una cuestión de vida o muerte. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Tenemos a Hook, que tiene en este momento bastantes cosas que limpiar antes de poder continuar haciendo un Tetris. Parece ser que está eligiendo bien sus piezas, no le están saliendo las piezas que quiere, está empezando a acumularse un poco. Esperemos que este no sea el final de esta ronda para Hook. Pollo, por otro lado, se mantiene bastante limpio de su lado, está limpiando muy bien la basura, está manteniéndose a una velocidad muy decente, ya tiene listo otro Tetris. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Hook tiene mucho que limpiar antes de poder continuar el juego tan limpio que tenía hasta hace un momento. Le están saliendo justo las piezas que necesita. Va muy bien, va muy bien. Parece ser que lo está logrando. Parece ser que... Y esa pieza está muy arriba. Vamos a ver si no ese es su fin. Y Hook se va hasta arriba y va a empezar ya su siguiente juego. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo en este momento está muy calmado, está muy tranquilo, concentrado. Tiene todo tiene ya un Tetris listo para cuando salga la siguiente pieza larga, y la pieza larga llega justo a tiempo. Esta es la clase de juego que a todo jugador de Tetris está soñando: mantenerse abajo, tener las cosas listas siempre para la siguiente pieza larga que venga. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Lo está haciendo muy bien. El nuevo juego de Oscar está un poco más arriba de lo que acostumbra, pero está manteniéndose bastante limpio en este momento. Parece que no va a tener ningún problema para pasar, y seguramente pronto va a poder transicionar como ya lo ha hecho en las rondas pasadas. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Ambos jugadores se mantienen con mucha calma y con mucha concentración. Recordemos también, jugadores, amiguitos del Tetris, que a esta velocidad, cuando se juega Tetris a esta velocidad, es muy importante que los jugadores están prácticamente todo el tiempo no concentrados en la pieza que está siendo jugada en este momento, sino en la pieza que viene después. En especial jugadores como Hook, que están jugando con dash, dejando el botón apretado, tienen que saber exactamente dónde va a ir la pieza que quieren poner. ¿Por qué? Porque no hay tiempo para cometer un error. Si la pieza se mueve para un lugar en donde no lo queríamos, no hay manera de reparar ese error, y a lo que sigue, porque si te distraes con alguna pieza mal puesta, la siguiente también se va a poner mal. Entonces vemos como boom, Tetris para Hook. Vemos como ambos jugadores, Pollo acaba de transicionar al nivel 21. Recordemos también, compañeros y compañeras, que el nivel 29, la temida kill screen, es ese nivel en el cual la gravedad es tan fuerte, las piezas caen tan rápido, que la gran mayoría de los jugadores simplemente no pueden seguir jugando. También recuerden, compañeros y compañeras, que boom, Tetris para Pollo, mientras más avancen en esos niveles, los Tetris valen aún más puntos. Entonces cada Tetris que se logre hacer... Mira, volvió a transicionar Pollo, llegó al nivel 23. Cada Tetris que estén logrando hacer ya en estos niveles va a abonar a su puntaje de una manera muy superior a lo que lo harían en el nivel 18, que es en donde ambos jugadores están iniciando. Hook se mantiene de nuevo jugando de manera muy conservadora, mantienen su juego bastante abajo. Prefiere incluso limpiar el posible setup para un Tetris que tenía, simplemente para mantenerse abajo, y boom, Tetris para Hook. Por otro lado, Pollo se mantiene muy, muy limpio para estar en nivel 21. Tiene una sequía de piezas test. Ya está. Pero 21 piezas llegaron antes de su pieza T. Tiene listo ya su siguiente Tetris. Esperemos que su pieza T llegue muy pronto. Por otro lado, Hook solamente tiene que limpiar tantitita basura para poder tener el setup de su Tetris. Está esperando una pieza L o una pieza J o una pieza... Y está esperando esa pieza O que llegó una pieza tarde. Pollo se sigue manteniendo de una manera bastante limpia. Necesita con urgencia esa pieza L y ahora necesita una pieza I. Ahí está la pieza I que necesitaba y le tocó justo en la transición. ¿Tiene el setup listo? ¿Llegará esa pieza? Perfecto, la barra larga llegó justo a tiempo. Hook se mantiene de nuevo bastante limpio. Solamente necesita quitar algunas piececillas más de basura para poder abrir y lo abrió, ya está listo. Sí, la siguiente pieza larga que le salga puede ser un Tetris. Boom, Tetris para Hook. Pollo se mantiene ya con 1,000,000 de puntos. Llega al nivel 29, a la temida kill screen. Vamos a ver si este Hyper Tapper puede sobrevivir a la kill screen. Un poco limpio. No, se rindió. Ahí está, la kill screen brilla una vez más por hacer honor a su nombre y Pollo no soporta, pero consigue un nuevo récord para esta clasificatoria. 1,063,000 puntos. Sí, lo celebra. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook. Hook está tranquilo, de nuevo, juega de una manera bastante conservadora, lo cual le está sirviendo de maravilla para este punto. Hook se mantiene tranquilo, se mantiene sereno, tiene listo el espacio para la pieza T, para la barra larga, y boom, Tetris para Hook. Pollo inicia su siguiente juego. Está de nuevo construyendo muy alto, como solamente los hipertappers logran mantener sus juegos sin tener temor alguno al dios del Tetris. Le falta mucho esa pieza J. Ahí está, ya. Sobrevivió a esa dependencia que tenía la pieza I y la pieza J, pero estamos avanzando bien. Hook transiciona al nivel 19 y esos misplaces le van a costar trabajo en unos momentos, pero pues podemos creer que se va a mantener bien en los siguientes momentos. Pollo se va hasta arriba, hace tap out una vez más, pero recordemos que en este momento no hay vidas, en este momento no hay problemas de ese tipo, sino que más bien tienen una hora para llegar al puntaje más alto que ellos puedan llegar. Pollo se mantiene muy limpio, esa pieza ahí llega justo a tiempo cuando la necesitaba, está manteniéndose de una manera muy tranquila en el juego. Hook, por otro lado, comienza de nuevo, no sobrevivió a esa transición. En este momento tiene un pequeño problema, vamos a ver si no decide reiniciar su juego que acaba de comenzar. Pollo de nuevo se mantiene hasta arriba y no, esa pieza ahí no iba ahí. Todos aquí odiamos cuando la pieza ahí se pone exactamente en el lugar de junto al que iba a ir. Eso de tener una antena que quién sabe cómo vamos a poder esquivar, nunca es divertido para ningún jugador de Tetris. Ambos jugadores tienen rondas prácticamente nuevas. Veremos cómo se van desarrollando. En esta ronda Hook no ha hecho un solo Tetris, pero pues apenas estamos iniciando. Vamos a ir viendo si logra limpiar toda esta basura para poder llegar a empezar a hacer puntajes más serios. Pollo en este momento también está iniciando un juego nuevo, lo está haciendo de una manera un poco más conservadora, va despacio. Como podrán ver, ninguno de los dos jugadores están apretando el botón de hacia abajo. Hug aprovecha un momento para quitarse la comezón, mientras Pollo de nuevo está construyendo altísimo. Pollo hace boom, 2 Tetris seguidos, eso. Hug está continuando su juego de manera, ya saben, tranquila, calmada, estratégica. No he visto que ninguno de los dos jugadores esté intentando hacer ningún dirty Tetris sucio en estos momentos. Ambos jugadores están en un momento muy sereno, no están luchando por puntos, están luchando por o sea, que por algunos puntitos chiquitos, sino que están luchando por el juego largo. Están intentando hacer todo lo posible por hacer los mayores puntajes posibles. Hug ya tiene listo su setup para poner su siguiente Tetris. Mientras tanto, Pollo está en la misma situación. Ambos están esperando con muchas ansias sus piezas. Y boom, Tetris para Hug. Pollo se mantiene esperando un poco más. Parece ser que los dioses del Tetris le sonrieron y le dieron una pieza ahí cuando más la necesitaba. Está listo su setup para su siguiente Tetris. Ambos jugadores van avanzando. Hug con 104,000 puntos y Pollo con 165,000 puntos. Ambos jugadores van avanzando poco a poco. Pollo, ya saben, hasta el cielo este hombre. Y por otro lado tenemos a Hug, que juega de una manera más conservadora, que se mantiene un poco más abajo. Hug va a necesitar limpiar un poco de esa basura para poder continuar haciendo un buen puntaje y un gran trabajo como lo ha estado haciendo hasta este momento. Pollo está luchando por conseguir esa pieza y ya tiene listo el setup para hacer su siguiente Tetris. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Y Hug intentó hacer un T-spin en este momento y no, los dedos no le fueron suficientes y hace tap out, llega hasta arriba. Veremos si en las siguientes, en sus siguientes juegos, en sus siguientes intentos, logra hacer mejores puntajes y romper el récord que tienen hasta este momento. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Está avanzando, se mantiene sereno. Le están llegando justo las piezas que necesita, aquellas piezas que puede poner allí. Estratégicamente coloca esa pieza larga a un lado y creó una dependencia de pieza larga. Probablemente no vaya a utilizar la siguiente, ahí está, para hacer el Tetris, sino que para limpiar un poco. Hug se mantiene muy conservador, prácticamente a ras de suelo con esta ronda. Tenemos que una construcción como las que ha venido haciendo hasta este momento. Mantienen las piezas largas a un lado antes de boom, Tetris para Hug. Tener todo listo para ese Tetris. Ese Tetris lo distrajo y puso mal esa pieza. ¿Qué pasó allí, Hug? Tú puedes. Esa comezón del bracito no le está ayudando. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo está en problemas, necesita limpiar urgentemente ese agujero si quiere poder sobrevivir esta ronda. Ahí una pieza larga, llegó justo a tiempo y le están saliendo exactamente las piezas que necesita para poder llevar a cabo esta ronda y tener esa limpieza casi perfecta. Está a una sola línea que tiene que limpiar para poder abrir de nuevo el espacio para sus piezas largas, pero el dios de Tetris no le sonríe y va a intentar hacer un Tetris sucio. Va a intentar hacer ¡boom! Tetris sucio para Pollo. Hug por otro lado está de nuevo tranquilo. ¡Boom! Tetris para Hug. Ambos jugadores están demostrando las grandes habilidades que los llevaron a llegar aquí y ambos son buenos contendientes para llegar a la final el día de mañana. No se sorprendan si en la transmisión del día de mañana en Classic Tetris, en todas las redes sociales, vuelven a encontrarse con estos rostros. Ambos jugadores están haciendo papeles estupendos y magníficos. Pollo llega hasta arriba. Definitivamente no es su mejor puntaje. Recordemos que tiene ya un récord en este momento de más de 1,000,000 de puntos. Entonces 190,000 realmente no son seguramente su puntaje favorito. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook, que se mantiene de nuevo con un juego bastante conservador, con un juego bastante a ras de suelo, y esto le ha servido para mantenerse sereno, calmado y ¡boom!, tener un nuevo Tetris. Ahí está, Pollo inicia un nuevo juego, un poco divertido parece. Tiene un setup para un Tetris. ¡Boom! Tetris sucio para Pollo, muy buen Tetris. A mí en lo particular me encantan los Tetris sucios, me parece que son los más divertidos de todos, aunque sé que hay algunas personas que dicen, no, ¿qué pasó ahí? ¿Sacrificaste todo por un sucio Tetris? Yo digo, claro, el que no lo sacrifica todo, pues ¿para qué está jugando? Hook se mantiene, hace un último Tetris antes de tener que empezar a hacer una limpieza seria. Le sale justo la pieza que necesitaba para llevar a cabo esta limpieza. Si le sale una pieza L o una pieza I, será suficiente para tener de nuevo las cosas bajo control. Aquí podría sin problema tiene un setup listo para hacer su siguiente Tetris. Si le sale una pieza larga, seguramente lo va a realizar. Está haciendo limpieza para no llegar demasiado arriba. ¡Boom! Tetris para Hook. Pollo en este momento está en problema, está hasta arriba, no le salen las piezas que necesita. Vamos a ver si no logra hacer la limpieza a tiempo y vamos a iniciar su siguiente juego. Hook, por otro lado, limpiando, manteniendo las cosas así, tranquilitas, serenas, nada maloliente, no hay Tetris sucios por acá, mantenemos las cosas de manera tranquila. Hook nos muestra exactamente cuál es el verdadero espíritu de los jugadores de DAS, poniendo por encima de la habilidad la estrategia y la organización. También tenemos en este momento vemos como Pollo está haciendo un poco de rolling, está limpiando súper bien este tablero. Esa pieza de allí seguramente no la quería poner en esa dirección, pero todavía estamos un poco abajo, todavía estamos un poco temprano, seguramente no va a ser un problema muy grande. Hook en este momento tiene todo listo para hacer decide no hacer un nuevo Tetris, pero todo parece indicar que se está organizando de la manera justa y la manera correcta para hacer lo que ya todos nos dimos cuenta de que sabe hacer mejor, que es Tetris limpios, organizados y bien armados. Ahí está. Solamente necesita limpiar un poquito más esa pieza cuadrada. Le cayó como anillo al dedo. Un par de piececillas más y ya. La limpieza prácticamente ya terminó. Vamos a ver si... Sí, ya. Perfecto. Ya. Solamente necesita armar un poquito más y estar listo para la siguiente barra larga que venga. Por otro lado, Pollo tiene un espacio en medio casi listo para un Tetris. Vamos a ver si esta técnica 3-6 le sirve tanto como nos podría servir en otras versiones de este juego, pero parece ser que está un poco limpio, un poco sucio el asunto. Vamos a ver si le salen las piezas correctas para poder hacer esta limpieza. Hook transiciona al nivel 19. Recordemos, compañeros y compañeras, que después de la transición, las siguientes transiciones van a ser mucho más rápidas que la transición original. Hook parece ser que no soporta una vez más esta transición y llega hasta arriba con un puntaje de 308,000 puntos. No establece un nuevo récord con esta puntuación. Vamos a ver que lo sigue intentando. Vamos a ver cómo lo sigue intentando. Pollo ya jugando en el nivel 19, pero pues híjole, como buen hipertapper, viendo cómo las piezas caen y diciendo, ¿eso es rápido? Estamos viendo cómo necesita un poquito más de limpieza. No olvidemos que si no tiene las cosas listas, ahí hay un Tetris listo. Yo lo estoy viendo. Solamente necesita que llegue esa dichosa pieza y ahí está. Hace todo lo posible para mantener el espacio abierto. Hace todo lo posible para mantener el espacio abierto. ¡Ay! Esa pieza ahí llegó justo en el peor momento posible. ¡Ay! Esa otro también. Pero ahí se mantiene. No lo está soltando. Solamente ahí está, abierto de nuevo. Necesita solamente que llegue esa pieza larga antes de que se tape de nuevo. Ahí está la pieza larga y ¡boom! Tetris para apoyo. Tenemos a Hook por otro lado. Hook se mantiene tranquilo, se mantiene sereno, se mantiene calmado. Ajá. Hasta ahora lo que hemos visto en la manera de jugar de Hook es que está haciendo todos los puntos posibles antes de hacer la transición a nivel 19, porque la transición a nivel 19 no es garantía, pero en los últimos juegos ha sido su perdición. Pollo inicia un nuevo juego después de esos Tetris ya avanzados que había tenido hasta este momento. Se detiene un segundo mientras Hook sigue jugando. Ya lleva 109,000 puntos. Necesita hacer el triple de puntos si quiere romper su récord una vez más. Ambos jugadores, y esa pieza no debía de ser así, pero boom, Tetris para Hook. Hook se mantiene de nuevo limpio. Parece ser que va a intentar limpiar ese espacio antes de continuar haciendo Tetris. Le hace falta una pieza larga. Ahí está su pieza larga. Solamente un poquito más y podrá hacer esa limpieza y tener todo listo para continuar haciendo Tetrises. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. El buen Pollo está avanzando. Se mantiene de una manera ligeramente más conservadora de lo que lo hemos visto hasta este momento. Pero no, ahí va hacia arriba, no se detiene. Quiero que noten la diferencia entre cómo construyen ambos jugadores. Ambos jugadores se ve la experiencia que tienen con el stacking. Ambos saben exactamente cómo embonan unas piezas con otras, saben en dónde pueden ir, en dónde pueden limpiar, cómo pueden construir. Ambos saben bien cómo construir cubos con ambas piezas para poder hacer un juego lo más limpio posible. Sin embargo, vean cómo Hook se mantiene limpiando justamente esos últimos 2 o 3 renglones de hasta arriba. Porque por la velocidad de juego que tienen ambos jugadores, Hook necesita tener esas piezas de allí. No puede acercarse tanto a la parte de arriba y necesita limpiar esas últimas 2 o 3 piezas de hasta arriba. ¿Para qué? Para nada más y nada menos que tener el tiempo suficiente para poder mover las piezas de un lado al otro. Necesita ese movimiento, esa libertad de movimiento para poder mantener su juego y poder llegar a los puntajes tan altos a los que está llegando. Sabemos, todos aquellos que hayan estado viendo la escena del Tetris clásico en los últimos años, sabrán que ya los récords que se rompen hoy en día son incluso de alrededor de los 10 millones de puntos. Sin embargo, esto solamente ha sido posible gracias a la introducción del rolling, de esta manera de jugar en donde se usan los 4 dedos de la mano de atrás para apretar los botones a velocidades impresionantes. Se ha necesitado de esa forma de juego para llegar a esos puntajes. Los jugadores clásicos, los que juegan con dash, que significa que dejan el botón apretado para mover las piezas de un lado al otro, solamente tienen cierta velocidad máxima para poder posicionar sus piezas. Esto no significa que los jugadores de dash sean malos jugadores. Jugadores legendarios, jugadores que todos tenemos en nuestros corazones el día de hoy, como el mismísimo Jonas, fueron jugadores de dash en su momento y llegaron a hacer puntajes increíbles. Hay jugadores de dash que llegan incluso al 1,000,000 de puntos, que son de los puntajes más altos que hemos visto en este mismo día de hoy. Entonces no subestimen a un jugador de dash, solamente entiendan que esas últimas 3 o 4 líneas tienen que ser constantemente limpiadas para poder mantener el juego más o menos abajo y que entonces las piezas tengan tiempo de llegar a un lado al otro. En este momento Hook incluso podríamos decir que está en problemas de lo alto que está. Va a necesitar que le toquen las piezas correctas para poder hacer la limpieza que necesita. Y no digan que lo bufé, por favor no digan que lo bufé, pero llega hasta arriba con un puntaje de 236.700 puntos. Por otro lado, vean la manera en la que juega Pollo. Pollo tiene la capacidad de mover las piezas mucho más rápido. Su estilo de juego, el hipertapping y un poco de el rolling que hemos visto que ha hecho en estos últimos minutos, nos han mostrado cómo el mismísimo Pollo tiene esta capacidad de mover las piezas mucho más rápido de un lado al otro. Si tú dejas el botón apretado, es el mismo juego, el mismo software el que te va a limitar a qué tan rápido puedes mover las piezas. En el momento en el que tú decides apretar el botón tan rápido como tu dedo te lo permita, va a ser tu propia habilidad la que te va a permitir moverte tan rápido como tus manos, tu entrenamiento y tu juego te lo permitan en ese momento. Por lo tanto, cuando Pollo construye más alto que Hook, no está simplemente dejando que el juego no está simplemente jugando un juego más arriesgado, sino que está jugando un juego conforme a la velocidad con la que él puede mover las piezas de un lado al otro. Boom Tetris para Pollo. Ambos jugadores están en las etapas iniciales de sus propios juegos. Hook en este momento tiene el problema de que ha tenido una sequía de 18 piezas sin que haya una sola pieza T, 21 piezas sin una sola pieza T. Ahí está la pieza T, ya se acabó la sequía, pero en este momento no estaba abierto el huequillo para que pudiera. Ahí está, entra la pieza T, pero no es un Tetris. Pollo por otro lado se mantiene de nuevo muy arriba, tiene una especie de espacio más o menos construido del lado izquierdo de su pantalla, pero necesita hacer por lo menos 3 líneas de limpieza para poder insertar la siguiente pieza T que le sirva de algo, y de todas maneras no tiene el Tetris listo. Ambos jugadores están en este momento, bueno, en realidad Hook está, sí, boom, Tetris para Hook. Hook se empieza a recuperar, ya no está en este momento de extrema limpieza, sino que está construyendo las cosas. Listo, ya, la siguiente, no, decidió no tomar ese Tetris, no tomar ese riesgo, pero lo que sí consiguió fue una pantalla de lo más limpia. Ya tiene listo el setup para el Tetris y boom, Tetris para Hook. Por otro lado, Pollo se mantiene de una manera un poco más conservadora. Toda la limpieza que necesitaba hacer ya la hizo. Lleva 354,000 puntos. Recordemos que su récord en este momento es de más de 1,000,000 de puntos. Entonces todavía tiene un largo tramo que recorrer si quiere en esta ronda a romper ese récord. En este momento Hook se mantiene limpiando un poco. Esta torre de piezas está un poco salvaje, pero nada que no hayamos visto que Hook pueda limpiar en un 2x3. Pollo en este momento se mantiene de nuevo de una manera muy conservadora. Todo está listo para su siguiente Tetris. Bueno, ya no está listo para su siguiente. Ahora sí, otra vez está listo para su siguiente Tetris. Va a tener que limpiar esa línea si quiere. Y esa pieza llegó. Esa pieza ahí llegó. Esas piezas sí llegaron en el peor momento posible. Pero eso no lo desanima. Vemos incluso una sonrisa en sus labios mientras juega en estos momentos. Por otro lado tenemos aquí a Hook. Hook se mantiene de nuevo limpiando un poco. Está bastante abajo, no es nada que no pueda resolver. Solamente necesita un poco más de esas piezas para poder resolver la cosa. Si le salen las piezas correctas podría ser un Tetris sucio en este momento. Todavía no. Y todavía no. Y no quiso hacer el Tetris. Se quiso mantener. Prefirió mantener la limpieza de su juego. Como ya les dije, Pollo transiciona y no sobrevive la transición. Llega a los 442,000 y se alista para iniciar su siguiente juego. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook. Hook se mantiene tranquilo, ya lleva los 208,000 puntos, lo cual significa que está en este momento acercándose cada vez más a su récord actual. Pollo, ya saben, construyendo, subiendo, esperando esas piezas IS, esperando esos Tetris, manteniendo su TRT en un 100% hasta ahora. Mientras Hook mantiene su TRT de 25%, pero evidentemente sintomático de que la limpieza le es mucho más importante que hacer los puntos más rápidos, más sucios, más peligrosos y más riesgosos, por supuesto. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Pollo se mantiene justo en su zona. Veremos si esta vez sí sobrevive a la transición. Ya vimos a Pollo llegar hasta la kill screen una vez, entonces esperemos que esta vez no tenga tantos problemas en el momento en el que pase a los al nivel 29. Hook se mantiene limpio, tiene todo listo para su siguiente Tetris, solamente está esperando esa siguiente letra T. Poco a poco va construyendo, está un poco más arriba de lo que él le gusta jugar, necesita alguna pieza para limpiar eso, y las dos piezas correctas y ¡boom! Tetris para Hook. Hook transiciona, tiene todo listo para un Tetris más, prefiere no tomar ese Tetris. Yo no sé si lo lamenta o no, pero está jugando en el nivel 19 mucho mejor de lo que lo habíamos visto jugar en las rondas pasadas. Hook se mantiene tranquilo, está haciendo todo lo posible porque las piezas lleguen a su lugar. No olviden que mientras más arriba llegue, más abajo, Hook vuelve a transicionar, llega al nivel 20. Vemos como Hook está haciendo todo lo posible por sobrevivir y llega hasta arriba, pero no sin antes llegar a los 343,000 puntos, que me parece que es un nuevo récord para Hook. Hook llega más arriba de lo que había llegado hasta ahora, ya acercándonos cada vez más peligrosamente al final de la hora que tienen para clasificar. Ambos jugadores están posicionados ya en la parte incluso de arriba de la clasificatoria. Veremos a lo largo de la noche cómo se va desarrollando este juego, pero parece que ambos tienen muy buenas posibilidades de llegar al torneo del día de mañana. Para todos aquellos que nos estén sintonizando y que aún no nos sigan en redes sociales, por favor no olviden buscar Classic Tetris en todas las redes sociales. Estamos en Instagram, en Facebook, en YouTube, en Twitch, tanto en YouTube como en Twitch pueden sintonizar las transmisiones. Bueno, si les lo estoy diciendo, seguramente en alguno de los dos nos están viendo ya, ¿no? Pero en ambos pueden sintonizar las transiciones para estar lo más actualizados posibles en este camino hacia el torneo mundial de Tetris Clásico 2025. Vemos como Hook está en un poco de problemas y haciendo todo lo posible por limpiar un agujero que se ensució con una pieza larga que es, híjole, yo creo que la pieza más sucia de poner mal. Pero logra limpiar con mucha velocidad, solamente necesita, y esa pieza ahí fue una verdadera lástima, una pérdida, pero va continuando. Una pieza más y listo, abre su espacio, tiene un juego perfectamente limpio para el boom Tetris que venía y que se anunciaba ya desde hace un rato atrás. Pollo tiene todo listo para su siguiente boom Tetris, sin embargo arriba de ese Tetris tiene mucho quesito que tiene que ir limpiando poquito a poquito. El buen Pollo sigue avanzando, va en los 128,000 puntos. Recordemos que Pollo necesita un puntaje mucho más alto si quiere volver a romper su récord. Por otro lado, Hook va avanzando poquito a poquito, tiene un TRT de 48%, es el TRT más alto que le hemos visto. Eso significa que en este momento se está posicionando como su mejor juego y posiblemente una vuelta a romper el récord, su propio récord una vez más. Pollo juega de nuevo hasta arriba, boom, Tetris para Pollo, casi hasta arriba el Tetris, pero dígale, un Tetris es un Tetris, es lo que yo digo. Si no están dispuestos a arriesgar todo, absolutamente todo por un Tetris más, yo no sé qué juego están jugando. Pues ¿cómo se llama el juego? No se llama limpieza y orden. No es cierto, yo no les dije eso. Vamos. Pollo necesita limpiar un poco más si quiere volver a hacer su siguiente Tetris. Ese agujero de allí evita que una pieza ahí le sirva para eso. Ahí está, va limpiando poquito a poquito. Uy, tiene su próximo setup de Tetris listo. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. El buen Hook sigue avanzando. Tiene un poco tapado ese espacio allí. Necesita una pieza ahí para poder limpiar eso de ahí. Y llega la pieza ahí justo a tiempo. Ya solamente le necesita limpiar uno más. Y le quedan 10 minutos a ambos jugadores para poder terminar esta ronda clasificatoria de aquí. Recordemos que en el momento en el que a ambos se les acabe el tiempo, si tienen un juego activo en ese momento, ese juego activo puede llegar hasta el final. No necesitan pararlo, pueden terminar ese juego hasta el final. ¡Boom! Tetris para Hook, el Tetris más sucio que ha hecho Hook en toda la noche. No habían hecho un Tetris tan arriba en todo el juego de hoy. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo le tocan justo las piezas correctas para hacer un boom Tetris en este momento, posicionándose en los 359,000 puntos. Hook, por otra parte, se sigue manteniendo con un TRT del 42%, es casi el doble del TRT que había tenido en juegos anteriores, lo cual sigue posicionando este juego como para su boom Tetris siguiente récord. Hook llega a los 307,000 puntos, necesita solamente un poco más para poder romper ese récord. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo, que también se posiciona alrededor de los 366,000 puntos y que tiene que limpiar un poco de lo que tiene enfrente para poder llegar a hacer su siguiente Tetris. Hook se mantiene tranquilo, se mantiene sereno, no está haciendo ninguna jugada demasiado. ¿Vieron cómo limpió esas tres de hasta arriba? Eso es lo que es un jugador de DAS. Mantiene su TRT en el 45%, en el 43%, a pesar de hacer estas limpiezas que estamos diciendo. Hook ya tiene los 364,000 puntos, lo cual me parece que ya está, no sé si ya rompió su récord. ¡Boom! Tetris para Hook, llega a los 390,000 puntos, ya tiene nuevo récord. Esta ha sido la mejor partida que ha tenido hasta el día de hoy y nada parece detenerlo. ¡Boom! Tetris para Hook, llega a los 414,000 puntos. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo tiene bastante queso en este momento, está limpiándolo poquito a poquito, sigue en el nivel 18, entonces la velocidad no le está preocupando mucho en este momento, pero seguramente por el momento en el que está, la transición no está muy lejos de suceder. Hook ya transicionó, está haciendo todo lo posible por sobrevivir en este nivel 19, se mantiene tranquilo, está avanzando. Ahí está, las piezas. Está haciendo. Hook vuelve a transicionar. Estamos viendo cuántos puntos logra hacer antes de que este sea el final de su mejor ronda. Y lo está haciendo de maravilla. Esta supervivencia está siendo una cosa espectacular. Hook en este momento está locked in, está en la zona. Y se acaba, llega hasta arriba. Y se va con 450,000 puntos, el mayor puntaje que ha tenido en todo el día de hoy y en los últimos momentos de su clasificatoria. Pollo en este momento ya está en el nivel 21, sobrevivió a la primera transición, lo cual nos puede indicar que... Y boom, Tetris en nivel 21 para Pollo. No olviden que estos puntos que se obtienen cuando uno ya está tan avanzado en la transición son mucho más valiosos que los puntos que uno tiene en los primeros minutos. Entonces, boom, Tetris para Pollo. Este es el momento en donde van a ver los puntos grandes, en donde pasamos de los 500,000, los 600,000, hay más de el millón de puntos. Veamos cómo se desempeña en este momento el buen Pollo. Por otro lado tenemos a Hook. Hook se mantiene de nuevo en este esfuerzo muy conservador de jugar el juego largo, de mantenerse con el mayor puntaje posible, de que sus partidas duren lo más posible. Tiene un TRT en este momento del 57%, que es muy alto, pero normalmente el TRT es un poco más alto al principio de los juegos que ya un poco más avanzando. Entonces veremos cómo se va desempeñando. Boom, Tetris para Hook. Pollo en este momento ya en el nivel 25. También se encuentra nuestro jugador en la zona. Está listo para su siguiente Tetris. Miren cómo lo arriesga todo por esos Tetris. No está buscando esta limpieza, no está buscando este orden, está buscando conseguir ese Tetris que le va a dar los puntos que necesita para clasificar y para posicionarse como uno de los favoritos para ser el campeón de México de 2025. Vemos como Pollo sigue poniendo las piezas de manera que tratar de evitar cualquier queso, porque pues las correcciones que se pueden hacer ya tan avanzado en el juego son pocas. Llega al nivel 28, está a una transición de llegar a la kill screen. En este momento Pollo sigue armando, sigue avanzando. Necesita una pieza y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Llega a la kill screen. Vamos a ver qué tanto puede hacerlo. Tiene mucho queso para esa kill screen. Y Pollo llega hasta arriba con 721,000 puntos. Veremos si en las siguientes rondas logra romper su récord de hasta ahora. Hook se mantiene de nuevo construyendo las cosas. Tiene un TRT en este momento del 51%, es incluso mejor que en su juego anterior. Veremos si este milagroso jugador logra romper una vez más el récord que recién rompió en su ronda pasada, o si o si necesitará hacer una ronda más. En este momento ambos jugadores están más o menos por la misma altura. Ambos jugadores están boom, Tetris para Pollo, haciendo todo lo posible por mantener el espacio del Tetris siempre limpio, siempre disponible para su siguiente pieza. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Hook de nuevo, miren lo planito que está ese espacio de allí. El hacer este espacio plano ayuda a que cualquier pieza que venga se pueda poner. Boom, Tetris para Hook. Pollo sigue avanzando. Necesita poner un par de piezas allí. Ya está listo su setup para el siguiente. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Hook tapa un poco el espacio para meter la siguiente pieza ahí. No le quedaba de otra, pero ya está limpio de nuevo. Sigue un poco más arriba de lo que él prefiere, pero boom, Tetris para Hook. Boom, Tetris para Hook. 2 seguidos. Muy bien. Mantiene su TRT en un 56%, 57%. El buen Hook presenta esta mejoría después de un par de juegos en donde no pasaba del 23-24%. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo se mantiene con su TRT del 76%. Sigue construyendo un poco más hacia arriba. El que Pollo construya más hacia arriba permite que tenga más tiempo para esperar la siguiente pieza T. Y esa siguiente pieza T lo que va a hacer es que mantenga su TRT arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque boom, Tetris para Pollo. Él prácticamente solamente baja con Tetrises. Por otro lado, boom, Tetris para Hook. Hook está de nuevo construyendo de manera muy conservadora, evitando los riesgos lo más posible, tratando también de mantener su TRT muy alto. Ahí tiene justo listo su setup para el siguiente Tetris. Estamos esperando esa pieza ahí y se crea una dependencia de pieza ahí. Parece que lo va a limpiar. Lo limpió. Y mantiene el setup para la pieza ahí. No necesitó gastar una en el siguiente Tetris. Tenemos por otro lado a Pollo, que se mantiene prácticamente al tope con sus piezas. Pero pues el tranquilo, el sereno. Boom, Tetris para Pollo, llegando a un TRT del 71% con un puntaje de 312,000 puntos. Boom, Tetris para Pollo. Prácticamente tiene un setup perfecto en este momento. Solamente le falta alguna pieza de LOJ. Ahí está. Y boom, Tetris para Pollo. Tenemos a Hook. Hook ya transicionó a nivel 19. Transicionó con 472,000 puntos. Ya rompió su récord una vez más. Vean cómo el TRT es importante. El TRT verdaderamente nos indica más o menos a qué puntaje le están apuntando. A ambos jugadores les quedan 20 segundos, lo cual significa que si no inician un juego en este momento, este será el último juego de ambos. Tienen tiempo para poder terminar este juego de aquí, pero una vez que terminen ese juego, se acabó. Hook está haciendo todo lo posible por limpiar ahorita ya en el nivel 20. Recordemos que Hook no es tan rápido y que por lo tanto necesita planear muy bien las piezas que está poniendo para lograr hacer esos últimos puntos que tal vez lo dejen llegar a los preciados 500,000 puntos, pero Hook llega hasta arriba con 490,000 puntos. Su última partida es un nuevo récord y queda en los lugares más altos del torneo de hoy hasta ahora. Por otro lado tenemos a Pollo. Pollo está manteniéndose también con un muy buen puntaje. Tiene un TRT del 73%. Vamos a ver cuánto logra mantenerlo y vamos a ver si logra romper su récord de más de 1,000,000 de puntos en esta última ronda. Recordemos que como ya pasó su hora completa, este es el último juego que puede jugar, es decir, que si no rompe su récord en este momento, no va a poder hacerlo más adelante. Vemos como Pollo sigue intentando limpiar ese queso que tiene allí. Las piezas no son las indicadas, pero tampoco las incorrectas. Está haciendo todo lo posible por... ¡Ay! Necesita esa pieza L o esa pieza I y... Tap out para Pollo, terminando su participación en este primer torneo de Tetris clásico en México. Quiero darles las muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Pollo Chidoman y fue un placer cubrir a mi tocayo, el Pollo No Chidoman, en lo que participaba en este primer torneo de Tetris clásico en México. No olviden, por favor, seguirnos en todas las redes sociales. En todos lados estamos como Classic Tetris. Síganos en Instagram, en Facebook, estamos en YouTube, estamos en Twitch. Si quieren algo también de mercancía, pueden encontrarla en la página oficial de el Classic Tetris World Championship. Mi nombre es Pollo Chiduman y esto fue todo por mi parte. Hasta luego.
Yeah, I know I was muted. I was discussing really important things about the tournament. I know it is not a mistake on my end, Mr. Hats. So we're gonna have another round of qualifiers. I was just notified that this is not the last one. This is the penultimate qualifying slot. That right now was Hook, who got a 490, 320. And that was Pollo, myself, the current commentator. The previous one was Pollo Chidoman. And then we're going to have another batch of qualifying rounds. Hold on. Ok. Ah, eso está cool. Hay que poner el nombre, ¿no? Sí. ¿Sí? A ver, vamos a ver. ¿Cómo? O sea, aquí.
El primero de Trump.
So we're gonna have something really cool going on right now. Our next streamed match is gonna be a couple, and not any couple. It's gonna be a husband and wife who are gonna qualify to their first ever Tetris tournament. That's gonna be interesting. Sí, claro. Sí, aquí estas estaciones están libres. Sí, adelante estas están libres. O sea, esas están libres. Sí, ya te entendí. Sí. Yeah, so we're gonna have our two husband and wife qualifiers, Thelonious and Jassy Bao. I'm willing to bet the name is Bautista. I don't know. We're gonna stream this couple who's gonna make their qualifier. I find this really interesting. In the meanwhile, we're setting up this fourth round of qualifiers. Remember that there are two stations that are offline. They are not being streamed. Pollito, did you eat anything? No, I ate something at about 8 a.m. It's currently 5 a.m. and that's what it takes to run a classic Tetris event. Not eat in almost 12 hours. So that's our couple. That's Thelonious and Jassibao. They are allowed to do some warm-ups. ¿Los puedes resetear? No, este tiene todavía 490. Me refiero al score. Cabrón, so we're gonna refresh the streams. They're kind of lagging behind a little bit. Oh, what's happening right now? Tetris Time asks. We're setting up our fourth batch of qualifiers. We're doing qualifying rounds. We're setting up the fourth round of qualifiers, which I was just mentioning that they're a couple. They're husband and wife, so that's going to be interesting. I think that's a first, maybe in. Oh no, never mind. Jeff and Kim Moore exist, so that's a second, maybe. Sí, ahí está perfecto. So we're just waiting for. We're allowing them some time to get to know the controllers and whatnot, the CRT.
Creo que tenían una duda de esa.
Okay, you're speaking Spanish. No, we're not. We're speaking English. For everyone to be able to witness the first ever Mexican qualifier. Okay, so this is the first time maybe that husband and wife qualify together. Jeff and Kim never qualified together on stream. That is a fact. That is an interesting one. I don't know if Scout is gonna ever make a video on the regional, but if you do, that's an interesting thing to add. Scout, wink, wink. So our current standings, for those unaware, are right here. I love the Jazzy Baus Tetris t-shirt, by the way. You can see it right there. I'm gonna put it here just for a second. Rocking the Tetris merch. So the current qualifying standings, you can see right here. Now we got 4 max outs, 992. Got really close to getting a six back six, which means 6 max outs in a row. EB got 3 max outs on an off-streamed station. All done with DAS, by the way. She did it all with good old DAS. Then Oscar got a max out and a 975 kicker. Not his finest day, but live events is something completely different. Then it's myself and the 4th seed. Also, maybe not my best day, but I got a max out, and it was Hook, which is known to the community here as El Guapísimo. Drum and Days, Pollo Chido Man, Monochromy, Igloo, Alocandear, okay, and then there are a couple of walls that are not being displayed here. We're just waiting for both of them to get familiar a little bit with the CRTs. That's a big jump. You usually play on LEDs or whatnot. So getting used to the big, chunky, bright CRTs, it's a thing to do. Yeah, I didn't report the kicker. I don't know. I was expecting a better score, and I just forgot to submit a kicker, so. I started feeling a little better after the max out, but I thought I was going to get a better score. I didn't. Ended up getting a better score, unfortunately. It would have needed to be a second max out to snatch 3rd seed anyway, so far the current standings, it's going to be Naui versus Pollo on the quarterfinals, and then AV versus Oscar also in the other side of the quarterfinals. Who's going to be in the quarterfinals? We don't know yet. We'll have to find out tomorrow in the tournament. This is just qual days, remember. It's a long day of qualifying rounds, in which people try to qual as high as possible to make it into tomorrow's tournament. Top 12 is going to be played tomorrow. It's going to be best of 3 until the semifinals. Then that's going to be best of 5. And that's going to be tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central Time, if I'm looking at that up correctly. I'll just confirm that in a little bit. Empezamos. ¿Ah?
¿Cuál es tu tema?
Sí, nada más que. Mi teléfono no sé dónde lo dejé. No. Así es.
So we're about to start our 4-time slot.
Listo, yo creo que ya para empezar porque son las 5 para que... Porque justamente quería empezar a las 6:20, pero no sé si van a empezar a las 6:20.
So we're just getting them ready to start. They're topping out. Who's gonna go home tonight with the better qualifier? Is it gonna be the husband on the left, the wife on the right? Are they gonna decide who cooks breakfast tomorrow over this? We don't know.
¿Listo? ¿Sí? Sale, empezamos en 10, a las 10. De 10 al 0. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 y empezamos. El que pierda cocina el desayuno mañana.
They say they will. Whoever loses is gonna cook the breakfast tomorrow. So there's high stakes on this. Even better, even bigger than Elo. Who cares about Elo? It's the breakfast that's the important one. So these two players are new to the community. We hadn't had the pleasure of having them in any other qualifying event or tournament or whatnot. I'm fairly interested on knowing how they found out about the tournament, but regardless, you can see Jasibao, who is Delonius's wife. That she's rocking a Tetris T-shirt, so I don't know. Maybe Tetris Effect connected. Maybe the Grandmaster, maybe something like that. One of the popular ones. I mean, I know this is not competition yet, but Delontius in the process of topping out, really ahead of his wife, but not anymore. You can see who clearly has the biggest Tetris skills here. I mean, she's rocking a Tetris T-shirt. How can she not be good at Tetris, or better at least? She's still going though. That's a three start. I don't know. We don't know if she's more accustomed to 7 back. I'd love to see how she reacts to the brutal RNG that is sometimes on display and in Nestris. She clearly sees the burns. She clearly sees them. She analyzes the how is it gonna look. She saw that beast coming there and decided to make the dependency. She knew she would feel it right away. This is gonna be interesting. There's small drought forming. She decides to go aggressive. Now it's too late to pull that piece back. It's gonna get a Tetris. They're both basically tied, separated by 99 points. That's first down points. The Lontius is coming back on this one. So yeah, this is the fourth qualifying round on today's batch of qualifiers. And I know, yeah, seeing new players getting to the scene is always amazing to see. There's nothing wrong with seeing top level rolling 29, double 39, 1.7s flying all around. That's fine. We always love to see that. But as I was saying a little bit earlier, I think seeing new players connect with people they previously didn't know, it's always nice to see, especially like a couple of husbands playing together. We love that. That's the dream. Top out for Yasibao, first one in the scoreboard, 10,000 points, 31,000 points. This is whoever gets the highest score in the entire hour wins. It's not about the game, so the breakfast is still not on Yasibao's end. Actually, the Lontius is still surviving, making this dig work. So it's still close by. Level 7 has, of course, better scoring potential. Probably not as much as you'd expect, but it still has better scoring potential. So. As I was saying, I think it's always nice to see people connecting over the game, over a shared passion. I think that's why we mostly go to these sort of events. You can see the defeat in the Lontius' face, tapping out 36,000, almost 4 times the score of his wife, right beside him. Now rooting for her, maybe. No, I'm not rooting for her. I'm gonna destroy you, he's probably saying. So there's a match arena as well. Please consider that as a way to helping out the players that are gonna be going to CTWC this year. I just confirmed with AB Geek that she's indeed going. AB Geek, runner-up of the DAS Masters March tournament, a DAS only tournament being held by our friends over in Classic Tetris Monthly. So she got a pretty good result there. Also silver bracket, I believe 7th place this last year in Pasadena, silver bracket. She got the 3 maxes from today with DAS. $20,000 for the Lontius, 14,000 for Yasibao, his wife. Yeah, ABK qualified with DAS today. Also, almost got a 1.2. She qualified off stream, so in case you want to go back and watch AB Geeks' qual, that happened off on the side station, which is not being streamed. Almost a 1.2. She kept going and tried to get a 1.2 with it. It was a pretty big score. It was a max out into 26, which is, for those wondering, really good. And you can see the talk setups there that the Lontius is having. That's more of a T-spin. Wait. Oh, okay, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Yeah, the armchairs didn't make her feel as comfortable with bowling. But she solves things. She's not gonna lay there and say, yeah, I cannot play like that. She just went ahead and maxed 3 times with Das in an hour. So she almost got a 1.2. Yeah. So we're now 10 minutes into the qualifying for this 4th round. There's a couple of free play players playing on the side stations, warming up, getting ready for tomorrow. Which is going to be high stakes. I mean, CTWC Mexico hadn't taken place, hadn't been done in quite a while actually. We believe last time it was 2023. I'm the organizer, I should know, but I think it was 2023. I'm not sure if it was 2022 or 2023, but yeah, we could call reigning champ still. Now there's gonna be, we're gonna crown a player once more. So it's gonna be Naui defending his title so many years into the future. Oh no, no. We for the very early rounds, we're gonna be doing either 9, 12, or 15 starts. 18, I believe it is not allowed for the very, very early rounds. I mean, the first couple of matches. Then we're gonna allow 15 and 18 as well for the quarterfinals. And then finals, of course, are going to be 18 all the way. Semis as well. So semifinals are going to be 18 starts only, and finals as well. There's a drought forming there for the Lontius 2022 drought. Yeah, there are a lot of players that decided to try their luck. Maybe played Tetris on a cell phone. That was a nice adjustment there for the Lontius. You can see he has experience. He's played Tetris before. And this has been said before. If you watch Tetris casually here on Classic Tetris, being monthly, being Classic Tetris League, friendlies and whatnot, the multiple tournaments that are being held, you should try yourself one day. It looks easy, but I think everyone starts like that. Yeah, I could max out every single game. Of course I could. No, you couldn't. Once you try it out, it's a whole different beast. It's humbling to play NES Tetris for the first time. Pulling the good adjustments there, the Lontius. I mean, for the skill level, I like how he sees how the board is gonna turn up. Also, not a double flipper, so probably underestimating him. And now we are on the beginner's kill screen, level 8. Now we're gonna go to level 9, which is the one that you have to start with tomorrow. Let's see, but so far pretty solid, I must say. 152. Nice adjustment there. He almost misdropped that. Another Tetris. Transitions into the now for sure beginner's skill screen. So far so good, holding up really well. Going aggressive there for a moment. Maybe decided that he would go safe-ish. No, Tetris could break the 250 barrier if he keeps this up. So 181 now for Vilonius. Welcome in, Tyler. That's a rough miss drop. Let's see how Vilonius handles this. So far, so good. Little dependent board. Needs a T. That T is gonna be perfect. Ooh, almost misdropped. That's a perfect. That's a perfect number as well. Now, like nothing ever happened. Jasibel could have done a 5 and below there, but it's making a space for the tuck. We're gonna show her some adjustments after we're done with this game. And 202 hanging on there really well. I was not expecting this. I'm pleasantly really surprised with this. Still even pushing down after like some placements there. Going very locking in now. Okay, there we go. Nice solve there. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but that was a really nice solve there. You could see him move his entire body to tug that O in. Yeah, I can see potential. I can see potential here. Nice. Nothing fancy, nothing too aggressive, nothing, just plain and simple. Let me downstack this and start over. That's the way to go. Set up for another Tetris. Oh, okay. Now dependent left and building high, and the bar is not showing up. 16-piece route. That's really rough, and that's a good score. 225. GG's. Estuvo bien. 224. That 22-piece route is what did Lonius in. His wife still going on. 25 is pretty good. You can see he's proud. Also recording the wife. That's pretty sweet. So getting ready for the next game. 15 minutes have elapsed from this past game. So an early top out there for the Lunias. We're just organizing here some side games for the people that already qualified are here watching, and we'll get some games going on the side stations because we have side stations here. Yeah, for anyone wondering about the scores, the qual scores, they are on the right side of the screen, on the lower side of the screen. I think we highlighted the players that are currently qualifying. Let's see how Jasibao resolves this. It's going to be interesting. I know I was muted. Hats once more. We were organizing a side tournament. We're gonna do no rotation here, based on PBs. So we're gonna ask for the players' PBs, and then we're gonna take the 2 side stations that are not being used, and then we're gonna do a no rotation tournament, and then a no next box tournament. There are a couple of players that can barely hang on level 9, and then we're gonna ask them to do no rotation. So that's gonna be interesting to see. That's a late burn there for the Lontius. Nice adjustment. That was a really nice adjustment. You can see the potential on these people here showing up. Another delayed burn, banking on the right pieces to come here. So we're gonna torture these players. We're gonna ask them to score as many lines as possible without rotating. It's gonna be fun to watch. The one that's being tortured is me. I haven't eaten in like 10 hours, and there's this huge smell of popcorn in the air. So, Monou Gaming Center in Mexico City. If anyone wants to Uber me a sandwich, greatly appreciated hats. You know what to do. So, if anyone hasn't tried no rotation, you just do as many lines as possible without rotating any piece. It requires a completely different thought process, and it's really hard. It's really, really hard. Also, of course, you need the no next box to plan ahead and just like the Lonius did right there. Saw the long bar, didn't go for the burn. It paid off with the Tetris. You're not allowed to do that in no rotation. I mean, in no next box. So we're just waiting for that to get sorted out. Maybe a 29 battle. The first beginner to get a 19, one line on 29 is gonna get $50. No, I'm just kidding.
$24. 45 minutos faltan.
Really high stack there for both, really. But 116, that's consistent as well. There was also a couple of players that of people that showed up and were just watching, and one of them. This is more of a personal anecdote. While I was qualifying, a person just stood by my side, and I think he knew Blue Scooty. He just knew what rolling was, but he was not aware of anything other than rolling was faster than whatever everyone was doing. So as well, Scooty helped the community overall being boosted and being more known outside our community and the people that are into these sort of retro things. So that was interesting to hear. That was interesting to hear. I mean, I speculate that he knew way too much about rolling. It was just maybe not enough to know. He was amused that there was a Tetris tournament going on. Was explaining things that rolling and tickling the controller to his friend. So let me see the time. It has been 26 minutes since the qualifier started, so we have a little over 30 minutes to go for this couple, wife and husband. I mean, I think we clearly know right now who's gonna make the breakfast tomorrow. That was the bet they did. Whoever gets the lowest score gets to do the breakfast tomorrow. I think it's a lopsided match, but Yasiba was too sweet to say no. And I really like that. I really respect that. So that's a lead burn. Delonis knows that that's gonna be tough to solve. It's probably gonna take a lot of pieces. Unless the long bar comes, which it does. Nice placement there. Now, what is he going to do with that T? Okay. Has to react quickly with that T. Late burn there. Interesting decision. Really nice sequence of burns there. Oh, that's going to be rough to get out of. Nice flat burn, though. Wow, what a I love to see these sort of adjustments in new players. That's lovely to see. Okay, that was a hyper tap more than a dash load. He's gonna give up on that one. No, it's too jagged to try to do something out of it. Oh, and Dr. Mario Championships, thank you for the raid. Party of 45 people just joined to watch this couple of husband and wife duke it out to see who's going to do the breakfast tomorrow. We're doing the Mexican Championship, the CTWC Mexican Qualifier 2025, our first in-person qualifying event. Thank you very much for the raid. We're live in Mexico City at the Mono Gaming Center. I was gonna say Mono Gaming Retro Gaming Expo. That's CTWC. No. The Mono Gaming Center here in Mexico City. This is the fourth round of qualifying. We're doing qualifiers for tomorrow's tournament, which is going to be the top 12 seeded players. They're going to come back here tomorrow. They're going to do this tournament, CTWC Mexico. This is our fourth qualifying slot. We have an interesting thing going on. Lonis and Jazzy Bauer are a couple, wife and husband. They agreed to whoever gets the lowest score is gonna get the breakfast tomorrow. So there are high stakes here. No, John Dash didn't confirm that or his attendance or anything. So. He's not here. The Dr. Mario side tournament would have been extremely lopsided that way. We're not running a Dr. Mario tournament, but he would have surely loved to have one happening here. So thank you for the raid. I wonder what was going on there in the chat. I don't know if it was a monthly. I tried to qualify for the Dr. Mario monthly, but it's really hard. My brain is not wired to play that as well. So. Silver Speed monthly bracket, okay. Back in the day when I tried to qualify, I think it was like a single bracket, so it was so hard to qualify back in the day. So for those new that are new into the stream, that's our qualifying scores right there on the low side of the right screen, the right side of the screen, the lower part. Now we hear the reigning Mexican champion with 4 max outs, 4 times over 1 million points, and the highest non-million point score was a 992. Third seed is AP Geek. Third seed is Oscar. Fourth seed is Pollo, myself, the commentator now. And AP Geek, our only broad player, international player here from the U.S., United States of America. She qualified with DAS. She usually is a hybrid. She dashes, she rolls. Meloni is having a little bit of trouble with that stacking. Nice long bar there. You can see Lonius is really expressing his emotions. Yasibao just locked in. Serious business here. She doesn't want to cook breakfast tomorrow. So after this one, there's gonna be a small break. There's gonna be a small break in the qualifying rounds. a lot of us are gathering together to go get something to eat. A small break from the action, and then we're gonna go into our last batch of qualifiers. That's gonna be 3, including Jorge White, the main organizer of today's tournament. This is Pollo, basically the commentator. I just helped co-organize the things, make sure everything was running smoothly, up to CTWC standards, provided with some gear, some equipment. But Jorge is the main organizer. Jorge is the main guy. He's gonna be qualifying in a couple of minutes. We're gonna go for a small break, and then he's gonna be qualifying. That's gonna be the last round of qualifiers. He's just been busy all day, making sure everything runs smoothly, nicely. And then 2 more players who are also new. I'm pretty happy that more new people are showing up to these events. The only players that had previously played in any sort of tournament were Naui, AV, Oscar, Pollo, and Hook. Those are the only 5 people that played before. Hook made a couple of appearances in LATAM monthly Latin American tournament. Also played in some LATAM championships. Yeah, also Gas is gonna qualify next round as well. Gas also provided us with a lot of the equipment, some important things here, the CRTs, which are not as easy to find as you think. Oh, you're welcome, Enrique. We love the community. We love the game. It is 5:56 here in Mexico City. 36 minutes have elapsed since the qualifier started. And our venue closes at 9, so I'm not sure if we're leaving until that. We just have 3 more people. Gas, Hook, and someone else. Tomorrow's tournament is gonna be also added into the CTWC Discord events tag. It's gonna be a best of 3 for those that want to tune in to the action tomorrow. And finally, for those of the DMC tournament, we have a Matcherino, exclamation mark Matcherino. Top 3 is gonna get all that community funded prize pool to help with their expenses to the Classic Tetris World Championships being held in June in Pasadena, California. Thank you, Mr. Boro. That's the link to the Matcherino, fully funded by viewers, spectators like you. So far, we've had 61 American dollars donated into the prize pool. So first place is gonna get 50%, second place 30%, third place 20%. We're at a gaming center, which is pretty nice. I don't know. I know there are a lot of other regional events that have been held in esports gaming centers. This is the first time I'm actually inside one. I'm gonna update the scores real quickly.
Jorgito, ¿me ayudas a poner los scores de Jazzy Bow, por favor?
Ya estaba, ¿no?
No, desde Jazzy Bow no está.
¿Quién lo puso?
Me voy a dar un infarto.
Ahí está.
No, este.
Ah, es que ese es. ¿Viste de cuánto fue?
No. No he hecho submit de nada, pero igual para que
¿Le
veamos.
pongo? El que tengo
Sí,
ahorita.
sí, el que tengo.
Now Jorge White is gonna register the qual scores so far. Players have forgotten to submit kickers, so it's the first time we're gonna help them out here. Nice adjustment there. 40 minutes have elapsed, 20 minutes to go for this other round of qualifiers.
Yo lo conocí primero. Yo te conocí primero. Falta este y luego querían ir a comer. O sea, que terminen ellos y querían ir a comer varios. Y ya yo voy a regresar y falta un batch más. Este es el cuarto. Falta un quinto. Ya acaba el día y luego ya hasta mañana. Entonces, nada más que acaben ellos y creo que muchos quieren ir a comer. Igual por si quieren algo, todavía no sé dónde vamos a ir. Creo que va a ser tacos. Con tanta gente yo creo que va a ser para hacer tacos. ¿Acaban de comer? Pues nos acompañan, ¿no?
So Jorge White and Enrique C have both have fans. Enrique C, who couldn't make it into the tournament. There are a couple of people that really wanted to be here, most notably from the guideline community. Enrique is one of them, Enrique C. One of the main, as well, people in the guideline Mexican community. Morenaza de Fuego also wanted to be here. She's from pretty far away as well. Anid, who is currently in Germany for some reason, didn't want to pay $2,000 for a flight. I don't understand why, but she didn't want to do it. And Enrique C also participated in previous years of the qualifying rounds. So we're gonna have a repeat of 5 players, as I mentioned. No, 6 players, because Jorge also participated in the very first Mexican qualifying round event. Almost 15 minutes to go for this 4th batch of qualifying rounds to end. So we're almost there. I'm gonna tell you in a little bit what Jazzy Bow's top score is. So Jazzy Bow's top score is 23,000, and Lonius's best score is 225,000. And currently she's out of the tournament, so 15 minutes to go to potentially change that. The current bracket sees round 1 being Lonius and Monochromy, Hook and Dallin, Pollo, Chido Man, the second Pollo, Ninglove, Dram Days, Alok and that, and then top 4 seats get a bye. That's Naui, Pollo, ABGig, and Oscar. So semi-finals are gonna be played for a best of 5. 18 starts. And that actually is going to be, I think, a rematch from Naui and myself from past CTWC Mexico. DBG and Oscar as well going to have a rematch of their own. So May 9 and through Sunday, Friday May 9 through Sunday May 11, it's going to be the Paris event, the CTWC Paris event as well. CTWC has become a worldwide phenomenon. Qualifiers used to range only in the US. I believe Japan was the first regional event to happen outside the US. And that was a while back now. Hong Kong was also an exhibition match that was played back in the day. Now there are a couple of events from all over the world: Germany, Paris, Mexico, Colombia. I don't think I'm spreading any information that's private so far, but Argentina could be having its very own in-person event not in Buenos Aires, in a smaller known city called Mendoza. Versus Morenaza. She wanted to come. She did want to come, but she had problems regarding the trip and the lodging and everything. She was really involved in helping us out, spread the word out. Actually, a couple of people showed up because they said Morenaza told us that this thing was happening and we didn't know. We wanted to see, we wanted to play. So she supported our cause. I always love seeing as well more female representation. Historically,
Tetris has been mostly dominated by the male players. We've seen so far, I believe, four of our female competitors here. You're looking at one of them right now, Jassi Bao and her husband, Lonius. There's also a Colombian player that wanted to be here, Me Come Galletas, Mo. That was a nice dirty Tetris by Lonius. Yeah, I think the Tetris community has been lopsidedly played by men. I think that's really important to highlight our female representation here today. And I think maybe most of them will make it in for tomorrow's tournament as well. One of them is Inglove, sitting at 10th seed currently. Jorge White is also pretty good with the game, so that's probably going to be a qualifier that's going to make it in, which puts some tension on the lower side of the bracket. Yeah, October 2025 is gonna be seeing the other Latin American qualifier, which is gonna be Colombia, October 13. 10 minutos. 10 minutes to go for both of these players. 9 actually, bueno, 9. 9 now. And a certain Pollo might be thinking of going. I'm not gonna say which Pollo, but there are 3 in the community. I'm not gonna say which one. I'm dying of FOMO. And it's not too late. And in good Mexican fashion, we're gonna take a break and we're gonna get tacos together as a group. So we're gonna go to a taco place that's crossing the street. I'm gonna go get tacos as a group during our break, our well-deserved break. And we're not gonna tell Enrique anything about it because he decided not to come, so. So the Colombian tournament is held off. I was thinking about this as well. Every single tournament takes place in vastly different conditions. I mean, Pasadena takes place in the convention center. It usually goes like that. I've been qualifiers in people's garages and esports centers like this one. That was a clever burn by Delonius. That's the classic DAS nodding. That was cool thing. And the Colombian one, as I was saying, sorry, I was making sure the spreadsheet was working okay. Colombian one takes place inside a huge convention center. It may very well be the biggest crowd that any tournament outside the CTWC has ever had. I believe there was over 1,000 people watching the finals, which is insane, by the way. And there were pachinko machines and people screaming and shots from shooter games. So yeah, these tournaments never like excitement. I want to go to the Colombian one. Oh, who won the first game? No, we're still on the qualifying rounds. Thank you for tuning in. We're still in the qualifying rounds. Tomorrow is going to be tournament day. We're deciding who's going to be inside the tournament. So far, we have a couple of qualifiers that are not making it in. Top 12 people qualify into tomorrow's tournament. So tune in for that. We have some heavy hitters, most notably Noe, EB Geek, and Oscar. All of them CTWC veterans. Almost 5 minutes on the clock to finish the 4th round of qualifiers. So we're almost done with this 4th and penultimate qualifying round. We're gonna let the players know about that. So right now, if you're asking who won the first game, nobody's playing so far. But these two are a couple. These two are wife and husband, and they had a bet. Lowest score cooks the breakfast tomorrow. So. And thank you, Kingsman, not for the last message, but for the reminder that there's a Maturino for our players, for our top 3 competitors for tomorrow's tournament, to help them be at the CTWC, the Classic Tetris World Championships. It's going to be interesting to see. Naui and Oscar are pretty within the Latin American community, it's pretty well debated as who is like the GOAT, the best in the Latin American community. The biggest influence, for sure, is our late friend Pepe, who was a before and after in our community, passed away in 2021. And this now the debate of who has the most titles and the furthest runs in important tournaments is held between these two, Oscar and Naui. Will there be an Argentinian qualifier? I mean, I don't know if I'm spreading information that's not out there yet. And if it's not out there, there's no turning back now. They have to do it. I'm sure you know what will I mean when I say it might be held in Mendoza. It might be held in a house. It might have a similar name that an event we used to hold in Portland. So I'm gonna notify the players of the 2-minute warning in right around 15 seconds. So last round, 4th round, penultimate round of qualifiers almost done. Will be finished in 2 minutos. 2 minutes. Sí, terminando, no puedes empezar uno después de la hora. Si empezaste uno antes, lo pueden terminar, sin problema. Ninja saying, you forgot to mention that Pollo is also a heavy hitter. Yeah, Pollo Chilaman is a really heavy hitter. Sitting at seed number 7. Sorry, it's been a long day. With a 269 qualifier. There are 2 Pollos within the same tournament. And the heavy hitter is sitting at number 7, seed.
We're nearing the last minute of the qualifier. Almost there to going into the intermission and the break. Un minuto. 1 minute left. 1 minute left. I can hear Delonius giving good advice to his wife. If you're doing good, don't restart the game. If you're doing bad, restart right now. So you can see some experience. Maybe he was a viewer of the CTWC Twitch channel. He decided to take it on his own and try to do it. Quince segundos. 15 seconds. I think Jasiba was gonna stick with this one. Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2. Y listo, último juego. Last game. Locked in. Nice transition score there. Getting nervous. We saw that happen with Monou. He was doing extremely well in the earlier rounds of the qualifiers, and he got a little nervous at the end of the qualifier. He could have potentially gotten a 7 max out 1 hour qualifying, and roll just wasn't there that time. So Delonius nearing the top of the board. That's an uncomfortably high. Oh my god, transition. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna clear more than it did. Nice awareness from him. That left side is gonna be troublesome. Oh, Lenis is gonna tap out 146. That was the last game. Now Jasibao is left. 225 top score. Corrió, muere en la mañana y no comía nada, bueno, un tamal y ya. The other pollo, I'm saying ninja. I love to see that, the proud husband, like, I'm getting breakfast tomorrow. Courtesy of Jasibao. Reminded me immediately of Jassy Thief, the Canadian one, the Canadian player. Oh, there's also going to be Montreal, I think, right? Qualifier in Montreal. So for those that never been to CTWC, there's a T-shirt that is sold every single year that contains every single qualifier that happened throughout the world. The Mexican qualifier is going to be added in there. I'm going to get that T-shirt. Probably not going to CTWC this time around, but I'm happy to help with the organization of Mexican qualifier. On her last game is Jassy Bao. We are all eagerly waiting for her to top out so we can go get tacos. Of course, no. We want her to go the distance. And I think this is actually the best game she's had so far. So I think this is the best game she's had. So please don't top out. But she's experiencing a drought, a 20-piece drought. That's not what you want to see when you're on your best game. This is a huge drought, 26 pieces without a long bar. There's the long bar, 27 pieces. Make the commentator very hungry. I don't mean to flex on anything. I ran 13 miles in the morning before the tournament. I just ate like nothing, and now it is almost 7 p.m. So you bet I'm hungry, but. Creo que este es su mejor juego. Entonces sería. Ah, sí, 44,000. So we're scaling level 6, transitioning. Play all the way to level 19, says Wingfryer. I say play all the way to 29. How about that? Everything could happen. You don't know. Transitioning into level 17 with the next burn, but I believe it's gonna be the same speed. Just the board that's really jagged. I love the classic dash head shake when you misdrop. I love it. You can see it even in new players. $30,000, another misdrop, another dash head shake. We're nearing the transition. Are we nearing the end? Oh no, that's gonna hang. That's gonna be a top bow. Yassi bow finishes her game. 30,000. GG's. So we're gonna go on a small break. Everyone type GG's in the chat. We're gonna go on a small break, and our last batch of qualifiers are gonna go afterwards. So give it up for this beautiful couple that are taking a picture and awkwardly like being still while someone takes a picture. There we go. Lovely to see it. So we'll see you in a bit. We're gonna go to a small ad break. Power gummies, Tetris. Oh, and I got a show before we go on the break. Everyone who signed up is gonna get this sick sticker, Mexico. That's Mexico. Made in Tetraminos. It's really small and it's not full. There we go. And also Mexico, CTWC Mexico. So if you signed up, don't forget to come pick this up. So we're gonna go on a small break, a small taco break, and we'll be right back. Let me see what's the slide. ¿Cuál es el slide? Perdón, para pausa. De la escena, perdón, sí, la escena. ¿Cuál? Ah. Esto ya está raro, esto ya tiene como 2 años, ¿no? Ya se está integrado. ¿Ya lo tienes abierto? Ábrelo de una vez. ¿Primera vez que comentas? No, ¿verdad?
Había jugado una vez un guión de Star Wars sencillo, así es. Pero lo hice muy mal esa vez. Compa de este, muy amigo de este compa chileno.
Se siente tan bien lograr ese producto. ¡Bum! Disparar. Vamos a comer, tío. Hay que hacer un descanso. Ya la primera vez que lo dije.
¿Dónde vieron los tacos?
Estaban de que. Ajá, o el
Pero sí se les han.
A ver, vamos a. Yo necesito comer algo.
¿Dónde estás? ¿Es donde más está o?
A ver si todavía sirven porque ya son así.
Es el stream, ¿verdad? GG's. Ah, ya, el branding. Están las camisetas. Ajá.
Están en eventos y eso.
Sí.
Eso está bien, pero no siempre está ganando. No le echa mucho cariño a los juegos de Tetris.
Los buenos. ¿El Effect sí lo has jugado? ¿El último? ¿El Tetris Effect? ¿O cómo se llama? Sí.
No, es que el Tetris se ve por si eran unos cuates. Se llaman Haze, creo.
Ah, ya.
Y ellos aventaron el tema porque la licencia de Tetris está miles de dólares. Entonces, digamos que tienes como básicamente te estás apostando así.
Tienes el. ¿Por qué? Tienes el.
¿Dónde se ven los estándares? ¿Entonces una fotito de los estándares? Sí.
Ajá, que cuando yo no te sé. Eso chileno. ¿Son esas?
Ajá.
¿Ya se han terminado o no?
No, nada. Sí, ¿dónde está?
¿Qué vas a tener que oficializar?
Sí, no sé.
O sea, ese es el orden en el que jugaron por la fase.
Bueno, ahí está. Aquí sí está ordenado. Pero nuevamente, ajá, sí está bien. Bueno, es que técnicamente creo que es porque hay dos brackets. Ha de ser para doble bracket de esa madre. El 1 al 11 es gold, de ahí para abajo es silver. ¿Cuántos no van a clasificar? Otros 4. Entonces el silver de 6, otros 11 que es el silver. No se puede hacer. Lo bueno es que sea. ¿Tienes ahí para marcarlo con eso? De apoyo. Este es el apoyo.
Es algo que quiere decir que.
¿Quieres que te lo mande? Eran los que estaban, eran los que estaban,
Ah, de a poquito le va.
las personas que están sentadas clasificando.
Que se puede cambiar.
¿Ahí te la mando? ¿Te lo mando? ¿O solo quieres? Ah, brackets. Ah, sí, está. Eso es más. Hasta el momento.
Sí, that's maybe.
Sí, yo también. Porque lo que de mí. Depende. Puedes. Mañana nos vemos, ¿verdad? Porque también la cuadrícula, también de la cuadrícula. Y sabes dónde cae la pieza, cae eso.
hacer eso. Estaba diciendo de que son las cosas. Es que la gente estaba diciendo, chido. De hecho, creo que son los primeros esposos que conocieron todo el mundo que estaban diciendo, no, pregunté, Jeff, ¿qué no es así? No, no, o sea, ponen de que lo hagas diferente, sí, entonces, o sea, en el mismo día y así. Que sea mañana. Pollo, todo en realidad.
podía hacer es recoger, o sea, como las cosas que se puedan llevar fácilmente, como una laptop o algo así.
Yo ya guardé mi laptop. Yo digo que igual guardé.
No creo que alguien llegue y se robe una computadora, así, nada más hay que decirles que vamos a salir aquí al food court, o al menos de que, es que comer aquí como que siento que no va a estar. Sí, ¿no? Es que todos se quieren jalar para comer algo. A ver, está.
Ahorita es jugar normal, ¿no? O sea, pero no estoy jugando realmente, ¿no? En un mes, ¿no? No. Sí. ¿Es lo mismo? O sea, ¿esto es lo mismo? Uno es bien y el otro ¿es el que le trajimos de Estados Unidos?
Ajá, sí, que lo trajeron.
Pero así no era, ¿o sí? ¿Sí? No era transparente, ¿no?
La capturadora.
Queríamos capturar las 4 y con las 4 no. Estaba muy pesado. Estaba muy pesado, no sé cómo. Nada más estaba pesado. Es que no sé qué sea, pero se crashea.
Exactamente de lo que chambea este poquito chulo.
Ah, ahorita se va a poner a.
Parece lo Papito, ahorita van a poner a unos casters, le vas a hablar a Nachitos. Oye, Nachitos, hazme un paro, güey. Tengo aquí un torneo de tenis y no tengo quien lo castee. Y lo tienes en Discord, ¿no? ¿Cómo le haces para que me baje más rápido?
Las webcams, ¿quién se las presta?
Hello, beautiful people. We did end up going back. We're here, and this is our last batch of qualifiers. We are all refreshed on energy. We ate, we talked, and now we're gonna set up our last couple of matches. The great Jorge White is gonna qualify our main organizer of the tournament. I'm just setting things up. I want to start before 8, ideally. Oh, the jump scare. My bad. So, also I have a couple of news. We're probably gonna expand the bracket, and tomorrow, which is a good thing. We were expecting less players than what actually showed up, so that's a good thing. We're gonna have a round 0 for tomorrow, probably like sub mini things to qualify for the main bracket, but we're trying to squeeze in as many people as possible. We're probably gonna try to squeeze everyone in, so everyone that showed up is able to play. We're thinking about that. It's not still a hard set decision, but we're thinking about it. A lot of really cool people that really wanna have their games commentated while someone says boom Tetris 4 in an official classic Tetris match is there, so
Jorge, ¿quién más va a clasificar aquí?
Yo digo que Gas y yo.
¿Sí? Está bien. ¿Qué tele quieres? ¿Qué tele quieres? ¿Esa o esta? Para que te ponga... ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Cuál es el 2? El de dos jugadores. ¿Es este de 4 player? Sí.
So we're gonna go here. We're gonna refresh our Nestus champs. We're gonna start with Gas and Jorge White. So here we go. Settings. We're just getting our cameras getting done for our final batch of qualifiers, which is gonna be actually 4 people qualifying. Enrique saying, "Good luck, Jorge. Saludos." Jorge is right behind me, by the way, so I read that out loud to him. Is Gas with a double S, not a single S.
No será igual porque está la pantalla así como... El host cam es este. Dale refresh a eso.
Actually, Gas is using a Retro Cabeza T-shirt. So once the cameras are sorted out, You're gonna see a Retro Cabeza t-shirt. That's pretty cool. We're getting ready with the games. We're just sorting the cameras so we can start our final batch of qualifiers. We're just refreshing the page. Shouldn't be long.
No es nada de Use Video Ninja, no, ¿verdad? Me parece que esta sí es esa. Busca. No sale.
Había uno hace muchos años.
We're just getting things sorted out for the camera, which is a little shy, doesn't really wanna show off.
Tengo una idea.
Nos vemos, pásame mañana. Ah, nos vemos mañana entonces.
Gracias. Oye, Jorge, tengo una idea. Creo que ya podría ser.
Well, this is the provisional bracket.
¿Por qué no? Esto es una captura de esto, ¿no? ¿Por qué no le damos refresh aquí? O sea, ahí está. ¿Dónde está el settings aquí pues, de la cámara? No. ¿Dónde está? Porque decía... Mira, ya no sale. Yo creo que es eso. Okay, folks. I think yes, we did. We did sort the problem out. Hooray! We're gonna start our last batch of qualifiers. This is slightly finicky to sort out. That's Jorge White, our last qualifier of tonight's batch. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here with us. This very special day for us, Mexican Tetris stackers.
Jorge, ya quedó. Sí, ya nada más para que estén todos y ya empecemos.
So we are getting ready. I'm gonna tell Gas that he's up now.
Jorge, ¿tú quieres esta o esa? ¿Esta?
So we had the names switched up, I believe. Yes. This should be Jorge White. And this should be Gas.
Sí podemos hacer esta.
¿Perdón?
Sí podemos hacer esta.
Sí, claro que sí. ¿Para acá? Sí. Sí, sí, 100% sí.
Nada más ahorita le digo a Ivy que nos dé chance. ¿Quién va a clasificar? So we're gonna have Jorge White, Gas, Seratai, and Edgardo qualifying. So if anyone wants to start getting into their assigned qualifying stations.
Ah, yo pensé que aquí ya está como en transmisión.
I didn't realize you needed all of it.
Oh, sorry, no. We're gonna use the last four qualifiers.
¿En cuánto tiempo empezamos? ¿5 minutos o...?
¿Qué hora es? Medio tiempo.
¿Sí? Ya. ¿Quién es el que va a clasificar también?
We're gonna start like in 10 minutes. All right, folks. So off station, there's gonna be Seratai and Edgardo. On station, it's gonna be Jorge White and Gas. So getting ready there. That's the Retro Cabeza shirt from Gas. And Jorge White rocking the CTWC shirt. So we're getting ready, just final warm-ups. I bet with Jorge that I would pay for his food if he went 200k perfect. He choked it with the max out, with the last Tetris. Otherwise, Jorge would have eaten for free. He got nervous. We're gonna start in like basically now. We do. Yeah, thank you. Jorge, ¿tienes tu Apple Watch o el reloj que tenías? ¿Crees que me lo puedes prestar para el tiempo? ¿Quién va a clasificar aquí? Ah, pero ya está. Sí, ya sí. ¿Qué tienes que hacer para control? Otra vez. Ivy estaba con su control.
So yeah, we're gonna start basically right now. I'm gonna make sure everyone's ready, and then we're gonna start.
Top 16 del año pasado.
Espérame. So we're gonna start now the last game of the last batch of the qualifiers.
A la cuenta de 5 empezamos. Tienen una hora, ¿ok?
En 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 y 3. We start our last batch of qualifiers for CTWC Mexico. These are the last players that are going to be looking at qualification in the tomorrow's tournament. Maybe everyone that made it in is going to qualify. We had more people than we were expecting, which is pretty good. So we're trying to accommodate for everyone that showed up. Gas already topped out and already damning the game, saying many swear words in Spanish.
No, fue el 16, top 16.
Sí.
Fueron como 10 max outs. Sí.
So Jorge White is our main organizer in this Mexican tournament. He's a hybrid player, as you can see. I'm gonna try to accommodate for his camera a little better. There's Jorge White. If you've seen Breaking Bad, you're familiar with that one. I've never asked him if his second name is actually White or Blanco, as we're in Mexico. $84,000 right now with Das. He's a hybrid player. Jorge was present in the CTWC year 2023. He qualified and but he didn't make the bronze bracket, which would have been right around where his personal best is at. Now in a little bit of a high elevated dig. I'm gonna say it by experience. Organizing a tournament and then playing on it is it's not a great idea. You're worrying about everything working out, everything looking fine, everyone being okay, everyone being treated okay. So I'm glad that Jorge got to eat a little bit and chill out before he got his last batch of qualifiers. That's probably what I should have done, but too late now. 165 for Jorge White. Gas at 126. Gas also around the 600k PB. So my prediction would be that these two are gonna be fighting for one of the main bracket spots. One of the final remaining spots within the tournament. As I said earlier, I think we're gonna try to fit everyone in. A lot of new players, always really nice to see. And it's okay to deviate a little bit from the main plan. That is, much more people than we were expecting showed up. We were expecting around 12 players. 20 people showed up, and a little bit more just started and watching. And Jorge's gonna top out at 199,880. I think that means Pollo, please register my score. I'm gonna do that. No. So 199,880 for the first game. Of course, this is 1 hour qualifier. Let's be reminded of that. Gas. Not feeling it. Head shaking a little bit. 199,880. You can see that score being just at the bottom of the qual scores. Now, serious business for Jorge, switching to roll, rocking the CTWC shirt. You should get. By the way, I really like that one. And Gas, we'll register the scores in a little bit. We just want to give the players a little bit of space when they get into the rhythm. That's for Jorge, 57,000 for him. In a little bit of a dig. As I said before, being a host of a tournament and playing on it simultaneously can be a little tricky, can be a little stressing. You worry if everything is going okay, if everything's looking fine, if the sharpener is working okay, if it's not displaying 18 million on level 18, so... That's probably gonna be a top for Jorge, which is fine. We have plenty more games in an hour span. Meanwhile, Gas at 57,000, and Bandy Pants saying "Hola a todos." Is that like Bandy, Bandweather? Is that Dan B? 229,355 is gonna be Gas's top score so far. So we're gonna add that one into the spreadsheet. 229,355. That's gonna be the score for Gas. I'm gonna remind the players that this is not a top 10 bracket. This is a top 12 bracket. We're thinking on expanding it to top 20. And this is our last batch of qualifiers. We had 5 batches, 5 time slots, you want to call it that, of 4 qualifying stations. There's 2 people qualifying off stream right now. And this is the qualifying. I'm gonna put it here so you can see it, and you can see Gas's dash motions. Slightly here, that's fine. Oh, Jorge's gonna lose dash a little bit there. Gas Master, says Bandy Pants, who I still have no idea who that is. I don't know if that's Bandy. That's Dan B. That's, I don't know, someone else. I don't know. One of the multiple Pixel Andy alts. And Gas in a little bit of a game, and just as I say that, I commentator's curse for Gas. With a drought, 24-piece drought, and that's going to be it for Gas, 215,000. It's your old pal Band Dweller here, and I'm asking you to do me a favor. I want you to go to Matcherino and donate $150,000 for your friends who are going to go to CTWC. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Es tu viejo amigo. That's stuck. That's easy to remember. That call out, it's easy to remember. Jorge White is a usual in CTWC as well. You always watches, always cheers for people, especially if it's LATAM people. Jorge White was in CTWC as well, 2023. Qualified, over 100 people qualified, and few made it in. Jorge was one of the unfortunate ones that didn't make it in. Gas is a really avid player in Classic Tetris Score Attack. If you're in the range of 500,000, you probably ran into Gas at least once. He plays in a Retro Cabeza tournament. You have to roll the R's if you want to be true Mexican. Retro Cabeza. 64,000 for I forgot, and it's right there. Jorge White, 64,000 for Jorge White. Slightly off the qualifying shape, you know, the qualifying focus you have to have. It's been a long day as well. This is the last set of qualifiers, so Gas is all fresh. He just showed up. He signed into the 8 p.m. qualifying slot, and here it is, 8 p.m. Jorge White and I have been here since 10 a.m., so it's almost been 12 hours now. And yeah, we just had dinner like a few minutes ago. What time does the stream start tomorrow? That's gonna start 12 a.m. local time, if my calculations are correct. Jorge didn't correct me, so I think that's okay. That's right. 12 a.m. And no te olvides darle like y suscríbete. A 17-piece drought there for Gas. These droughts seem to always leave Gas's stack in shambles. That's a beautiful piece. Oh, almost misdropped that one. There we go, making it work. Slightly droughted once more, I think. No, that's a beautiful long bar. It's going to require a spin. That's going to be it. Gas is going to give up. Not feeling that one. Burnt a little too much pace doing that. Gas, a pretty good Tetris Effect connected player. So once more, as it's been the usual story in the qualifying tournament, maybe latency throwing off a little bit some of our players. Gas is gonna ditch 18 starts and gonna go 15 until the rhythm is there. Jorge blaming the controller. Gonna change the controller? I think he's gonna change the controller. ¿No es el tuyo? So that was not the that was the Jorge White's controller. That explains a lot of things. Rolling is really finicky. Rolling is really really finicky, really sensitive to your own controller. Jorge White's gonna throw to the trash just like that, like 5 minutes of the qualifying. Jorge's still looking for his controller. Even though he's the organizer, we're not gonna give him no extra time. So 30,000 for Gas, 70,000 for top out Jorge. I'm gonna register the scores that these players have. The top scores should be displayed on the CRTs on the TVs that they're actually playing. ¿Lo encontraste? El de Novo está súper bien. So Gas, I think, finding more of his rhythm within 15 starts. A little bit of a misshift there. That was a misshift. And now, waiting for the correct pieces, spraying on that 15 start. I think now we our number one seed just borrowed Jorge's his controller to Jorge. So let's see if that feels better. And rolling is really finicky. Rolling is kind of dependent on the controller that you're using. I found that rolling with a controller that's not you don't feel comfortable with does lead to really different results when you're rolling. Maybe when you're dashing, tapping is not as finicky as some other play styles. Also, double flip of the long bar and unflip of the long bar. And Jorge is struggling a little bit to find his rhythm, his groove. 8 p.m. Mexico City time. We are at the Monou Gaming Expo. If Bandy's still here, that's how you pronounce it, Bandy. The Monou Gaming Expo. What does Monou mean in Spanish? Monkey Gaming Center in Mexico City, La Condesa. Pretty nice zone, pretty nice tourist section of the city. Filled with nice cafes, taco stands, fancy restaurants. And now gaming centers. Monou Gaming Center here in Mexico City, host to the first ever Mexican qualifiers. Jorge not feeling it. Topping out at 9,000 again. Getting there, getting once more. Start a new game, and this is good for Gas. Top score is 229,355, 299,000, 29,000. So surely, slowly but steadily approaching that. That was the long bar that Gas was looking for, was needing. Now Tetris for Jorge. And Gas transitions to level 16, which for those unaware, 16 is the same speed as level 18 to 63. already surpassed his best score of the session so far. 15 minutes into it, getting into the rhythm. Nice survival there. 285, so this is gonna put him at a pretty good seed if he gets to 500,000, which is around the range that Gas usually gets. That's gonna get him to about 6th seed. Top 4 seeds you can see right there. Noe, AB Geek, Oscar, and Pollo. I wonder who that is. Oh, and that's gonna be a top out for Gas. 308,899. So that's gonna be an updated score for Gas. That's gonna be an updated score for Gas. Catapulting him into 6th seed, just behind El Guapísimo Hook. 490 for him. I also believe Gas is making his debut at an official Classic Tetris tournament, not counting Tetris Effect Connected, which I read before that he's had a couple of appearances in some tournaments being held by Retro Cabeza, our Spanish friend. Also translated Best of 5, which you should check out. Documentary detailing the early years of CTWC. There's a special year, which was a historic year, really, for the Classic Tetris World Championships. Well, Retro Cabeza is the one that narrated, that commentated in Spanish, the official commentary in Spanish. We have a anti-hero 8 saying Jorge and the frog dancing multiple times. I think it's a Jorge fan. Finding a better rhythm. That's much better for Jorge. Now beating his top score of the day, going into 300,000, and just like that, denying Gas of the just acquired 6th seed. So this is close, folks. I think that both of their PBs are close-ish. Jorge plays much more on CRTs, I think, than Gas. I'm not sure about that. I can be 100% sure. It's a misdrop there. Should be okay with the correct pieces. Oh, it's getting a little dicey. If rolling is a thing, that bag is gonna hang there. Tries to roll switch, but it's not enough. 321 for 80. That's an updated score. 321 for 80. There we go. A misstock there. You can see he's smiling ever so slightly. Damn, that was not the thing I wanted to do. And we're 20 minutes into the qualifier, just like that. It went pretty fast. So we're currently sitting at a very big participation. Let me see. So 19 people have qualified and will qualify, as this is the last qualifying slot. 19 people give it a shot, try to qualify. For tomorrow's tournament, which is for sure top 12, where we will try to accommodate for a bigger bracket, so bigger participation is encouraged. And there we go. Jorge solves that delayed burn that was kind of awkward. Now fixes that hole, and now he's ready for a Tetris, although it's not going to be completely out of danger now. Now he's out of danger and fixing the board, getting it back to semblance of order. Nice tuck there for Gas. Probably waiting for a J. Feels a long bar dependency. That's the perfect piece. And that's a nice complementary long bar, but now forced into some other awkward placements. $121 for Jorge. Now solving that sequence of burns. He's gonna need full dash to get that. Does get full dash with that. Piece gets all the way to the left side. Also pole ball there from Jorge. Nice dash control there. Nice dig there. Nice elevated dig for Jorge. Now waiting for that burn's gonna do. That burn's gonna do plenty. That's not gonna fully resolve the issue. A long bar wouldn't be necessary, but that sequence of burns is gonna fix that. Beautiful. And now Jorge all clean and tidy once more. Now good patience, good dash control there for Jorge. Usually roll switches on 19 when he's in a little bit of trouble. Nice, deciding to build that left, and that's a normal Tetris for Jorge. And 4-4-4 for Gas, pretty nice score there. I completely missed that. Hook is sitting at seat number 5 with a 490, so all of a sudden this is a battle for seat number 5 through 7. 450 for Gas, pretty nice. Nearing the transition. Well, that's gonna leave a really awkward stack there. It's probably gonna sell the stack for the last Tetris, which, of course, the long bar is not showing up. It's gonna go into 19 with the burn. Oh, 453, 482. That's really good. Not quite enough to catch up Hook, but 453, 482. That's gonna put him at seat number 6. Still a little bit behind El Guapísimo. Still behind El Guapísimo, and now ahead of Jorge. We'll see what Jorge has to say about that. Misflip is what he has to say about that. Now fixing it, and that's gonna be a nice flat burn. Still not quite out of the woods yet. Now he is with that sequence of burns. And that long bar is gonna do wonders now. Both players still in 18 portion. Jorge with over 100 lines, 294. There we go. Jorge transitions into 19, setting up for a 30 triple. I thought it was going to be a Tetris. So 314, still dashing. Interesting to see. I think he's decided not to roll due to not getting used to a controller that it's not his. So it's going to be old style Jorge now, old style dash Jorge. Lumbar dependency there. Nice decisions for Jorge. That T is going to go perfectly into that dependency. Could actually go dirty left well. I'm not sure if that's going to be what he's going to try to do. Yasna's going to burn it down. He knows lining out is going to give him a little bit more scoring potential. Left well is going to be way too aggressive. And Gas, 14,000. 143,000 points. better side. But let's focus on Jorge's game now, as it's the one with the bigger stakes now. Jorge has a 321 best score so far, so that's going to be a better score than the one he's had. That was losing dash, but still not deadly. That's a lovely long bar. Beautiful flat burn, and now regaining the board's control. That was an unhealthy square for the state of the board, but getting it done. Nicely done for Jorge. Beautiful T burn there, flat. Really patient is there, Jorge. We could probably see a 29 reach with that. That save triple and double prioritizing stacking. Actually set up for a Tetris. Tetris for Jorge, 390. So taking the Tetrises as they come. Really disciplined. Lovely long bar. Beautiful pieces there for Jorge. And I'm always of the idea that it's not, oh, that T hang is going to be really rough. Oh, and that's going to be good. 397 for Jorge. That's going to be a best score. 397. 060 for Jorge. Which is at the moment not going to move him any seats. For Jorge to move up in seating, he's going to have to beat Gas. We had a 453,000. We are almost at the halfway point on this fifth and last qualifying slot for the first ever Mexican qualifier. I'm going to remind everyone that there's a match arena going on for this tournament, for this very tournament. Everything that's being donated is going to go right into top three's funding for CTWC. So 50% is going to the winner. Gas there, topping out at 303. 50% is going to go to the winner. 30% to second place and 20% to third place, which is going to be defined by the semifinals placements. The best losing scores, sum of three best losing scores on the semifinals. That's going to decide the third place. So we can reward consistency as much as possible. And Gas on level 16. Interesting choice to pick a level start. That's literally the worst scoring level in the game, I believe. Jorge starting up with a 104,000 score. 37 lines in. $151 for Jorge with another Tetris. 33,000 for Gas. Two players that had a cult following of sorts. in the early stages of the qualifying rounds, everyone wanted to see them play in the guideline side of things. That's going to be 30 triple for Gas. Decides not to use that long bar to uncover. The other uses a flat L. Jorge's going to give up on that one, 176. And we're past the halfway point in this last qualifying block. 30 minutes have passed since we started the qualifying, so halfway there. Still plenty of time to improve on the score. It goes to Gas and Jorge as well, so this is a race. Now most of the community within the Mexican players usually range in the 600 to 700k PB range. I think Jorge is inside that. PB bracket, as well as Gas. A couple of other players couldn't come here that did want to come. So I thought it was gonna be a bit set up for Jorge. It was really advanced. Jorge currently with a 13-piece route. There we go on the long bar. Nice space for Jorge. Over 60% Tetris rate for those fans of the Tetris rate. Why the glove on the left hand? Asks Schmoops. Well, that's because Jorge is a hybrid player. That's a way in which you hold the controller and you move the pieces side to side. So right now you're currently seeing him hold the D-pad like they used to do in the old days. But when things get a little hairy, when he's on a faster speed or something, he's gonna roll the controller with that hand that has a glove on it. That glove is there to reduce friction between the controller, and he's gonna put the other finger above the directionals and roll the controller against his hand with that gloved hand. It's mesmerizing when you see it live happen. We're gonna have some rollers tomorrow. Now that the tournament is gonna be taking place tomorrow. If you want to see that in action, if you want to see a roller playing on insanely fast speeds, we're gonna see. We have two rollers, Oscar and Naui. AB Geek, our only foreigner player, is gonna be dancing tomorrow, I believe. And myself, I'm gonna be also a hybrid. I'm gonna be tapping the pieces and then rolling if I have to. So we're gonna see some plenty rolling tomorrow. Let's see if Jorge decides to bust the rolling a little bit. So 240 for Jorge. Much better pace than his previous games. That's a double flip. Oh, you've never seen competitive Tetris before, so welcome in. This is our first ever Mexican qualifier. It's in person. We're in Mexico City live. This is the qualifying round. So you can see on the upper side of the screen, on the right side, besides Gas's cam. By the way, Gas transitions there to level 17, nearing the 19 transition, which you're gonna find particularly fast if you've never seen competitive game. But as I was saying, this is the qualifying round, so players try to score as high as they possibly can, and to improve their seeding. Of course, if you're the person that has the biggest score, you're gonna go first seed, and second you're gonna go second, and so on. So first seed is Naui. You're gonna see a number 4 there. What's that number 4 for? That's the number of max outs. And what's a max out? A max out, it's 1,000,000 points. So getting there was the original perfection standard, for Tetris for many years. And nowadays, it's not as rare, we could say. It's not easy, of course, but it's not as rare. And now we got 4 times today over 1,000,000 points. And the second one, the one that says kicker, is his highest non-million scores. So that puts him right at around first seed. AB Geek got 3 max outs, 874 non-max out scores, so that's second. Oscar's third. Myself, I'm number 4 to seed. And we're determining the seeding for tomorrow's bracket. It's gonna be 12 people confirmed. We're trying to expand the bracket a little bit. More people than we expected showed up. That's a great thing, and we're gonna try to have some fun with competitive Tetris. Being your skill level, it doesn't matter your skill level. Nice adjustment there for Jorge, how much rounds are there? Well, there's for certain that's going to be around one. There's going to be the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then finals. That's for a 12-player bracket. There might be a round 0. Now Jorge transitions, by the way, with the 390. 397 is Jorge White's best score so far. So that's gonna be interesting to see for Jorge. Deciding not to bust the rolling out, still dashing, still holding the D-pad. That's gonna be a rough piece there. Gets the long bar all the way to the left. That's a really tricky move, and you have to maintain perfect dash. Oh, that's a square misdraw, but it doesn't matter. 400,000 there for Jorge. That's gonna put him slightly ahead, but still not quite enough to reach gas, which is sitting at 453,000. And yeah, there's a Matcherino as well going on for anyone who's just tuning in. Now we just very graciously put the link there in the chat. That is a community-funded prize pool for the top 3 players. That fund is going to be used for their trip to CTWC. What's CTWC? The Classic Tetris World Championships being held in Pasadena, California. In just a couple of days. It's going to be in June. So stay tuned in for that. So, I mean, qualifying is not a determining factor for placements in the overall tournament. That's going to be the bracket play, the competitive side of things tomorrow. But so far, Noui's first seed. He's our reigning Mexican champion, top 16 in the World Championships in 2022. Most condecorated Latin American player tie with Oscar, who's sitting at seed number 3. And now we're saying in chat, vamos, Gas Jorge. Nice game there for Gas as well. People from Mexico, Enrique, sí. Dale, México. Dale, papá, dale. So we have 20 minutes. We have 20 minutes left for the qualifier to end. This is a 1 hour qualifier. Each player that played here had an hour to qualify, to put the best scores that they could, or max out as many times as they could. We have 20 minutes to go for both Gas, Jorge, Seratayo, and Edgardo, who are also qualifying on a side station that is not being streamed currently. How do you find these people? Well, they usually gather in Discord servers, and we usually watch online. We announce that there's going to be a tournament, and then people are interested on sharing their passion, qualifying, and being streamed here on one of the multiple tournaments that are being held across the world. I believe the next tournament is going to be held in Paris, actually, Paris, France. This is all a build-up to the Classic Tetris World Championships that are going to be held in California and Pasadena. That's a yearly tradition. Many, many years it has been celebrated. The very best players in the world gather and battle it out for honor and nowadays for a hefty amount of prize pool. Some players come from abroad. ABG comes from the US. She comes from Texas. Our number 1 seed comes from Tijuana, which is pretty far from Mexico City. Pretty far. About a 4-hour flight maybe within the country. Dirty Tetris there for Jorge. finding a better rhythm now that the qualifier is now well advanced, we could say. Gas transitions at 19. This is usually the speed that kills most intermediate players. Oh, it's gonna miss the flip with that long bar. That's probably, it's still survivable. That's gonna be it for gas. So I was saying, level 19 is usually where it does it for most intermediate level players. Yeah, easy for Noe to go to LA. So confirmed players going to CTWC. This who are currently here is AV Geek. She's gonna be there at LA. Oscar is also gonna be there. Noe is also gonna be there, and that's it. I've been to CTWC a couple of times before. Probably not this time, or confirmed not this time around. Yeah, people use the gloves for friction to reduce friction. In the playstyle that Jorge is currently using, but it is also used for rolling. We haven't seen anyone rolling so far. We're gonna definitely see tomorrow some rollers, and the top 4 get a bye in the early rounds. The top 4 get a bye in the early rounds. The lower placed players in the bracket are gonna be fighting it out. There's Noe drinking something. That's our Tijuana representative. Now Jorge fighting for a little bit on the top of the board. I believe Jorge's PB is with rolling, the overall PB, so fighting a little bit there. So the top 3 rated players are gonna go to California. I am most probably not going to be there this time around, and I don't know if Jorge is gonna be there. And now we're saying that I have to go, and I'm obligated to go. Jorge might be going as well to California. Pasadena was a beautiful venue, beautiful event, beautiful production, and a beautiful Tetris there for Jorge 274 at 117 line. So this is not the most efficient pace that Jorge's had throughout this qualifier. A really good game there for Gas, catapulted him into a much better seat. This is hypnotic. A couple of people here, bystanders watching the game, is completely fixated on the block stacking decisions. Oh, you saw one of the Noe's qualifier. Well, so you know that rolling is pretty powerful, and it's really different from what these two players are doing, which is DAS. Jorge's gonna top out there 3-2-7. So if the stream is gonna start tomorrow, local time, Mexico City time, 12. We're gonna have the early rounds first. So you're not gonna be seeing Noe, you're not gonna be seeing AB Geek and Oscar. In the early hours of the day tomorrow, that's gonna be reserved for when we decide who's gonna be playing them in the quarterfinals, because they get a bye for being the best rated players in the qualifier. They get rewarded by skipping one of the rounds. So we're nearing the end of the qualifying session. 13 minutes in the clock now. This is gonna be a full game from 18 to 9 to 29 is gonna be around 10 minutes. So we could say a full completed game is gonna take around, you can squeeze out about 2 games more. If you get to 19, you could probably squeeze 3, 4. And yes, all the rounds are gonna be streamed tomorrow. Every single one of them is gonna be streamed tomorrow. The tournament starts tomorrow and ends tomorrow. We're gonna end that tomorrow. We're gonna determine who's gonna be the new Mexican champion. I'm gonna remind you that the reigning Mexican champion is gonna be Naui. The reigning Latin American champion is gonna be Oscar. So our two highest rated players, PBs of 1.4 million. ABs are third best rated with a 1.3. And then myself with a 1.1. Which is a long way to go for 1.4. So we're gonna get 4 rounds tomorrow, maybe 5. Not every single round is gonna be a best of 5. Most are gonna be a best of 3. Talking about best of 5, Nightbot just reminded us that the 5-episode documentary about CTWC is out. Go support our friend Chris Higgins, who made that possible a few years back, documenting a very special year in the CTWC's history. Now we're waiting for the rocket screen to go away. That shows up for them when they top out, not for us as the spectators. And we're almost 10 minutes to go. Almost 10 minutes to go. That's where nerves really start kicking in. You know, a good game could totally change the seeding. So the current seeding for a top 12 tournament would put Hook playing against Thelonious. Really interesting qualifier. He qualified alongside his wife, which we've never seen that before. And the winner would go against AB Geek, our only foreigner in the tournament. But if Hook manages to catch Gas's spot, he's gonna be playing Monochromy, and the winner is gonna go against Oscar. So either way, it's gonna be a really tough matchup. We're nearing our qualifying session, and I'm gonna notify the players that there's 10 minutes left for them, so they can measure their aggression that they want to approach this. And what's aggression? How far, how high do you play? Do you stack? How much do you wait for pieces to come and go your way? 10 minutos más. 10 minutes to go for the qualifying to end. If you start a game before the 10 minutes are up, before the hour mark is done, you can finish that game, but you cannot start a game after the hour has run by. So 197 for Gas. That being said, we're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. If you want to go and check those out, there are some videos uploaded from the past CTWC. So if you want to take a sneak peek into what's in store for this coming June, the rounds had been uploaded from the past year's World Championship. It is currently 9 p.m. in Mexico City, and only 8 minutes to go until we end the qualifier. We say goodbye, we rest for a little bit, and we prepare for tomorrow's tournament. So 70,000 there for Jorge. 263,000 for Gas. Let's see how he fixes this misdrop. Almost gets that tee all the way into that hole that was created after the tee misdrop there. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching from around the world. Tetris has really become an international thing nowadays. People watching from all over the world, from the US, from we had people from Europe a little earlier watching a Mexican qualifier now. There have been events in Germany, Germany and France, Colombia, multiple events in the US. I think Finland as well, Vienna, the UK, continental championships like Europe have been held in person. Online, some other ones like the Latin American championships. In person also has Canada. So it's truly become a worldwide thing. Now playing in a live environment is really different from playing in home, and you're wondering maybe where are these players playing? What are they playing on? They're playing on original consoles, on original TVs, one of those chunky big old TVs that you probably watch your grandma watch TV on. Well, those are the ones that we use. We use original hardware, original controllers. That's the best way to play Tetris. And that's how the World Championships are played as well. That's how every single CTWC event is played. To ensure fairness. Oh, that long bar is not gonna get all the way to the right. We're almost into the 5-minute mark. Oscar, I was about to say, Jorge starting a new game. That CTWC shirt. So 23,000 there, another Tetris for Jorge. $69,000, $451 for Gas. We were watching Jorge, and all of a sudden Gas with a really good game. $455 there, making it work. $453 was Gas's top score, so he's now beating the top scorer and now fighting on the reels to get Hook's best score, which is $490. You can see that on the upper side of his webcam. $490 is what he needs to dethrone Hook as the 5th seed. Really nice game going there for Gas. Oh, I think he got greedy there. Went for Tetris. 472. 472.060 is the top out score. Still not enough to beat Hook. He knows it. Goes back right into it. So close to beating Hook's score. Yeah, so the original TVs are instantaneous inputs. A couple of players here are used to playing on more modern TVs, more modern consoles. The new Classic Tetris. There's a game mode in Tetris Effect that's called Classic Tetris Effect Connected. and you can play online this same version of Tetris. So I know for a fact that Gas has been playing in tournaments from that game. Those are being played on LED, maybe PC, maybe newer consoles. So suddenly having to get around the non-existent latency is a big factor here for these players. Oh, and Retro Cabeza is here. Hello, Retro Cabeza. 2 minutes left on the clock now. I'm gonna notify the players when there's 2 minutes left. So the inputs are instantaneous. There's no latency, which could be for the good, for the better, for the worst, depending on some of these players. 2 minutos. That's the 2 minute mark. Let's remember that they can start a new game right now, and if the game goes over the hour mark, that's fine. Doesn't matter. You can finish that one, and this is where you have to make the decision. Or do I keep playing? Do I go for a good score? Is my board? Is my score? Is my pace there? Should I start a new game? I think Gas knows that he's gonna start a new game. Almost a minute to go. So in total, we've had 5 hours of non-stop Tetris qualifiers. 4 players per hour, 4 players per qual slot. 2 on-stream, 2 off-stream.
Un minuto, pueden terminar si se pasan de la hora, pero no pueden empezar uno después de la hora.
So 50 seconds to go now. Jorge is in a good game. 317,000 locked in. 40 seconds. This is where you have to take decisions. Like Gas has a really rough misdrop.
30 segundos.
So probably the wisest thing to do would be to start a new game. Meanwhile, Jorge, who has a pretty good game, the wisest decision there would be just go for it. Try to get the best score.
13 segundos. 10. 5. Pueden empezar un último juego todavía.
1 y empezamos. This is the last. Gas started his last game like right on the dot of an hour, so that's crazy. He started the game and then the clock went off. So
este es su último juego. Si terminan, no empiecen otro.
And now, hello, Wallband, a friend from Canada, dropping by to say hi to the Mexican qualifiers. And yeah, just as Enrique said, this is not a versus play yet. This is the qualifying rounds of CTWC Mexico. No! Jorge's gonna miss that and it's gonna top out there. Last game there, our main organizer for CTWC Mexico. That's how quick and sudden everything can be. I'm going to register these 2 players' scores now. So right now we're seeing the last qualifying taking place. Gas with a 129. He's top seed in our hearts, says Enrique. And now waiting for Gas. Has a double bar dependency. Good. But now pulled back the long bar. He was experiencing a very, very big drought there. Is Noe still there? Asking people. I think he is. Yeah, he is playing. The fan saying, I want to see Noe on camera. Roderick saying that he wants to see Noe. And now I think Gas is gonna give up. It's gonna be the last game from Gas, and with that we conclude our 5th session from the qualifying rounds in CTWC Mexico. I think he's just started digging and said, "Hey man, I'm not gonna beat that score."
Era 100K, 102K.
And with that, we conclude our first batch, our 5th batch of qualifiers. Now we're gonna just sort seating out, and we're gonna find a raid target, because tomorrow we're gonna be seeing each other once more for the qualifying rounds, the match rounds. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Don't forget to catch tomorrow's action right here, starting 12 a.m. Local time. So we're gonna search for a raid target, which is probably gonna be Dog Pie. Our friend Dog Pie. Oh wait, I think I did the wrong command. Yeah, I did. So we're gonna be sending you to Dog Pie. Thank you everyone who tuned in. Don't forget to, we're gonna be here tomorrow. Have a good night, have a good day, have a good evening, depending on where you're watching us.